Alright, good evening. Hey there, Octavia. Start in the middle of it today, should be one bit of story. Oh yeah. Getting right into the good part. At least, hopefully we'll be getting into the good part. Because we got a bit of a thunderstorm here. And hopefully my stream won't just cut out at some point. That's right, I still have display capture on. But yeah, if the stream happens to cut out at some point, it's probably we lost power. Knock on wood. Crossing fingers. Oh boy. Oh, and a bit of a sad update for those who enjoy watching me play Limbus. I think I'm actually going to stop playing Limbus. And I've been thinking about that for a few days. And you know how I've said before, like, I think I'm gonna get burnt out? It finally happened. It's turned into too much of a chore. And I'm not enjoying it, and you sort of have to keep up with it if you want to, like, keep going in the future. And it's just, yeah. I ain't got time for it. Yeah, and that's another thing. That's another one of the parts. Like, there's a few reasons that I think I'm gonna drop it. One, I'd say probably the biggest reason is just that it's so much to grind every week. It burns me out so much. And then the latest controversy has not helped, certainly. But then, yeah, I can't even watch some of the story parts because it'll spoil Library of Ruina. And then it sort of sucks then even if I don't watch it because, like, am I just gonna have to go through it later? But then if I go through it later, I won't have the resources I need. And, like, if I wait too long, it might not even be around. Because it's a live service game. Honestly, I'm thinking that making Limbus Company a gacha, a live service game, was a mistake. Question, how do you think the grind in Limbus compares with Guardian Tales? Okay, I was actually thinking of just that, so I do have an answer prepared. So, I do keep up with Guardian Tales, but you see, with Limbus Company, to get energy, if you want to keep a stable energy supply, you have to log in like twice a day, like every 12 hours or so, or close enough to that you don't waste energy. With Guardian Tales, you only have to log in once per day, and you get two, like, it gives you energy 2 times per day, but if you log in between, I don't know, it's like a 6-hour period, you can get both energy mails, and you only have to log in the once. And then with Limbus, you either have to do the 3 mirror dungeons, or you do the 3 normal mirror dungeons, or 1 hard mirror dungeon. Now, the hard mirror dungeon is going to have to take quite a while if you want to finish that out. I don't know how many hours that would take. Maybe like 6. 4 to 6, maybe. I don't know. Depends what all you got, and who all you're using, and etc. etc. And then if you do the normal ones, I don't know. It's like, I'd say they take over an hour at least. Although that might be because you're sort of distracted doing something else, so you have to look back and forth, and that takes longer, maybe. Yeah, the mirror dungeons. And then the event. Now that's a real grind. That's a pain in the butt. And that'll take you many hours. Like, even if you're doing something else, that'll still take you a bunch of hours. And then in Guardian Tales, it takes about, depending on what's going on that week, because it cycles through, like, 1 week's arena, 1 week is co-op, defense, and 1 week is co-op, just doing a quick raid. Now that stuff doesn't take long. The arena, you can just do it once, 1 time per week, and you're done. And if you're happy with your, well, you can do it many more times per week, but if you're happy with your rank and you just want to get your rewards, all you have to do is once per week, and that's what I do. With co-op, it's 3 times every 2 days, but they're very quick runs usually. You can probably get them done in 15 minutes. And then the resources, like the resources for leveling up your characters and all that, that can be done with a skip button. You log in, you do some quick skips, maybe quick take care of your farm for extra resources. That doesn't take long, takes less than 5 minutes total. Let's see, and the events work off of stuff that you already do. So if you use any stamina, you get points toward the event. Oh, right, and there is the daily Coliseum thing. It's 5 battles. Well, you only have to do 3 per day, really. And that takes, like, less than a minute each. So really, you could probably get pretty much everything done. Oh yeah, you can pretty much get everything done, not counting Comma Zone, which I don't really bother with, within 15-30 minutes, maybe sometimes as low as 10 minutes per day. So anyway, it's a lot less to grind compared to Limbus. Now you can take longer if you do Comma Zone, which is similar to the Limbus Mirror Dungeon, but I'd say it's probably still faster. Because, I mean, you just set your team, you go through some events, yada yada. And it goes on, like, and you can speed up the battles, and they're auto battles, and you're mostly comparing grinding and, like, Genshin. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, those take a little while to grind. Yeah. Those would sort of burn me out, too. Because those do take a little while, right? Because you gotta go and do different things. I don't know, my memory of it is fuzzy. I haven't played in so long. Well, Genshin, I don't play Honkai. I play Honkai 3rd, I used to. But I haven't tried Star Rail yet. Yeah. Like, for a little while, it's okay. But stuff like that, I don't know. Just doing that for long periods of time, really, you get used to it, and familiarity breeds contempt. Different target audiences, probably. I mean, yeah, that's true. Some people don't mind that kind of grind. Unfortunately, I am not one of those people. I do mind the grind. Yeah. I think, like I said, I think making Limbus a live service gacha was a mistake. Because, like, there's a lot of people that want a harder difficulty in Limbus, and that's why we have hard mode and, like, railway and that kind of thing. But there's only so much you can do when your characters only have 3 attacks, and I mean, you can occasionally get, like, some... I mean, I guess you can switch the ego and identities, but I don't know, it's still very limited in battles. You did make money off it? I mean, yes. There is the... Well, it's still yet to be seen whether it was a mistake from a corporate view. Because, I mean, they've had all this controversy, and they've constantly been behind, and I bet they're pretty darn overworked. So it has yet to be seen. They've been making a decent amount of money, but will they be able to keep it up? But I think from a player's perspective, I don't know, that gacha was a mistake, or live service gacha. I guess live service is the main thing there, because there's all these things to worry about with a live service game that, like, over time releases story updates and everything. One, you gotta stick with it, which I'd say a lot of people... I mean, we got a fair amount of gacha gamers, but how many of them stick with the games for multiple years? Like, you keep getting new people, you get some returning people now and then, but how many of them actually really stick with it? And then you have no guarantee that it'll actually be finished. Like, if they stop making enough money, then will they still finish the game? The Genshin, though? Well, yeah, but Genshin is the highest earning, and the most, well, okay, maybe not the highest earning. I don't know what the actual earnings are, but it's one of the most popular and highest earning games, well, gacha games. So that's more of an outlier. I mean, there are so many gacha games that just fall off the map. At least Limbus is still there on the charts. Yeah. Remember, Limbus is still less than a year old. Now, I imagine they'll be able to stick in there 2 years at least, as long as there is no catastrophic failure. But the story is definitely not going to be done by then. So there's, I think, if we keep a general current trajectory, we can probably make it for 2 years. but after that, it's going to be questionable. Things to consider for the future. It was too early to pass it. Yeah. But yeah, and if we go by the current update release schedule, I imagine there's going to be at least 12 Kantos. Or 13 maybe, I don't know. And then we'll have things in between them. Let's see. We're up to 4.5. So I would imagine it would take at least 3 years, but probably longer at the current release schedule to finish the story. And that's if there's like 12 or 13 Kantos. Well, we shall see. Hey, I mean, I hope it goes better than it has been going. Because, man, it's been disappointing recently. But, I mean, I do want to see what happens in the story. I don't want it to get cut off. Has it? Well, I mean, there's been the fiasco with the artist. And, I mean, things have gotten pushed back multiple times even before that. And now they have to push back a few things after this. I saw they had a notice, was it just yesterday or the day before, that they're going to have to push some things back again. Yeah. Things being pushed back seems normal for them. So. True. But running a live service game is different than running a early access regular game. With an early access regular game, I'd say they have more leeway and people can be more understanding, but they've entered shark infested waters. Live service games do not have as forgiving an audience, and it's already a niche. Well, I don't know if I'd say it's already a niche. It's a niche that's been opened up to the public, and that sort of invites more criticism as well, just from the constant influx of people that aren't used to Project Moon stuff. And honestly, I mean, I only started playing their games, well, less than a year ago, so I guess I would also be counted in that. Yeah, we'll have to see. Unfortunately, I will not be part of the Limbus stuff for at least for a long time again here. But I wish them well. I hope things get better. I feel bad for the artist, Velmori. I hope they're doing okay. I imagine you continue following their non-live service releases, though? Oh, well, I'm definitely going to still keep playing Library of Ruina. Yeah. I mean, I've been loving Library of Ruina. And the Library of Ruina combat, I think, is much better than Limbus. I think the card deck stuff goes a long way. Oh, after Ruina, you mean? When their next game probably releases? Well, I mean, that depends, because where is their next... I mean, it depends where their next game on the timeline is going to be. Or where it will be on the timeline. Yeah. Because, I mean, I have to then finish the Limbus story somehow. I'll probably just have to, like, watch somebody's playthrough or, well, preferably if somebody would put together, like, the cutscenes, which I think people tend to do. You can find probably some cutscenes only on YouTube. So, yeah. But that'll have to be after Library of Ruina, because I don't want to ruin Library of Ruina for myself. And then, like I said, gotta catch up to wherever Limbus has gotten then. And then maybe I'd be able to start whatever their new game is. Although, oh, I don't... Unless they're developing it side by side with Limbus, I guess that'll be many years from now. Oh, you're sure they'll release a different game during Limbus run? I mean... They could, but I think that would be a bad idea unless they really grow their staff. I mean, they're having trouble as it is. Unless they can stabilize themselves, I don't think they have room to be making another game. Well, sure, there's a different team working on a different game right now. Oh, okay. That's also a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Yeah. But I mean, if they come out with a new game that is not dependent on Limbus lore, and I'm far enough in Library of Ruina that it won't spoil anything there, well then I will probably definitely check that out, yeah. But we'll have to see when that happens. Anywho. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to really read much anymore, because, I don't know, my voice, my throat just seems sort of dead. I don't know if you can hear my voice any different. Yeah. Post on Steam from April 2021. Oh. Like, they announced that they were... Oh, there are 2 games on pipeline. Okay, yeah. Well, you know what, that does sound familiar. One of them seems to be Limbus. Oh yeah, I'd imagine. What's going on with my... Oh. I just realized I have a bleep button. I can't hear it though. Interesting. Oh my. Messing with the controls behind the scenes. At least something that became Limbus. Well, that could be. But anyway. It's time to party. Oh yeah. Suddenly, beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pitfall opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that had opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from a sharp stiletto heel, like a strike from a carefully aimed bead. instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd be swallowed up by a rosebush, another pitch black hole opened there and swallowed George up. That outfit, yeah. That is a weird outfit. And this time, a pitch black hole opened at Gop's feet before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At that time, Gop had already finished the preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick. Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. As Gop danced and spun like a small cyclone, he kept hitting him. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. But of course, there was no floor there, but a pitch black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Gop once again spun around like a small cyclone. Oh, you think that... That's right. Well, usually I'm on the bottom right. Yeah. I forgot about that. Move my camera all around. Gop's transporting me all over the place. Yeah, that should be good. George was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor.
食らって噛み締めなさい。奈落の終点が一撃。死ね！
The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling. And then, time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gop's raised leg. Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gop, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned.
認めてあげるわ。君の態度だけは一人前よ。でも、力が伴わなきゃダメだわ。知ってる？この世を滑るには3つの力が必要だそうよ。一つは権力。一つは財力。最後は何か知ってる？
It seems like he wouldn't follow up his confidence. Yeah, I was like, but is it really over this quickly? I don't know. It seems odd, but totally possible.
本で読んだよ。暴力だろう。
正解。君にはそれが足りないわ。
Gop finally released George. She kicked upwards one more time, changing into another roundhouse kick and knocking him into a pillar.
権力を伴わない王者にも、財力を伴わない王者にも、そして暴力を伴わない王者にも、人は誰も恐れない。金蔵はその3つを兼ね備えたわ。 だからこそ暴君として君臨した。君も金蔵の後継者を名乗るならば、その貫禄を見せてごらんなさい。
Can George turn this around?
ほら、いつまで寝ているの？立ちなさい。じゃないとまた 落ちるわよ。
All again.
悪くない動きですよ。しかしレディには少々ふさわしくないかと存じますよ。
いやー、ひょろひょろとちょっこまかと反撃してこねえのかよ。なめてんのか、うぜえやつ。
Ronove dodged skillfully, jumped back, and avoided Jessica's fist. But he still didn't strike back himself. Because of his dodge that was as rapid as a fluttering flag blown by strong winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst the sensation that her own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was a very cramped place to keep up such exaggerated dodges in for long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well. Brass knuckles? Well, I remember she pulled them out last time before we ended. She gave Ronove a good punch to the nose.
ボクシングは腕でやるだけのうちは半人前です。腕は熱く吠えたける獅子のように、そして足は冷たく獲物を狙って追い詰める蛇のように。
Yeah, before we had the George cutscene there with Gop, he smacked Ronove good, had him bleeding out the nose.
蛇に足はねえぜ。
確かに。
Jessica began cornering Ronove toward the wall with perfect footwork. She didn't let him get around her. Ronove's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she cornered him. With this fist, she'd whittle away at this demon who'd lost any way to escape.
ほっと。おや、いつも。
ようやく追い詰めたぜ。みんなを捕らえている場所はどこだ。クソジジイのいる場所はどこだ。洗いざらい喋ったらそのヒゲをむしり取るだけで勘弁してやるぜ。
Oh boy. You don't just threaten Ronove with plucking off his mustache. Not the mustache. How dare you?
それは困ります。これでもセットに毎朝1時間をかけているのですから。
Takes him an hour every morning to set his mustache. That's impressive.
ギブスの世話になったらそれもできねえな。
おっと。
Ronove had blocked Jessica's fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Jessica grinned. Ronove smiled the same way, but twitched slightly.
なるほど。これは確かに痛いですね。
最終勧告。泣いて詫びろ。
それはできませんね。キャラが崩れます。
Huh?
ならお前が崩れ落ちるといいぜ。鶴瓶打ちだ
Ronobe physically cannot cry. Yes, he is the perfect butler. Jessica's fists were buried into Ronobe, but there was a resistance that seemed too hard, and the sound of breaking glass, which startled Jessica. At a glance, it looked like Ronobe had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. When Ronobe opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. A top-tier smug. Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fists fly again, but with a truly magnificent gesture, Ronobe caught all of them.
悪魔ですなんてこの程度の魔法くらいは。それにしてもなかなかやりますね。人間だったら私はここで降参だったでしょう。悪魔だからまだ戦い続けることができる。
Yeah, Jessica has some seemingly impressive fighting skills.
おかしな真似を。
それで終わりですか。攻撃を繰り出すばかりでご自身の防御がおろそかではありませんか。
Barely remember something about boxing club? I don't know. I don't remember anything about that, but possible. I mean, although I will say boxing club wouldn't make much sense because if her parents, well, I mean, I imagine her parents would find out about it somehow. I don't know. Yeah, probably just a music club. Yeah, so where did Jessica learn to fight? Where did she get her brass knuckles? Huh. Yeah, I don't think Nazi would... Yeah, that's true. They wouldn't approve of the music club either. Or well... I mean, they might approve of the music club, but maybe not the instrument that she plays. I don't know. Ronobe's palm shot to within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away by the purple shield, rolled backward, and smashed her head on the bed.
人間ごときに私のシールドは破れませんよ。もう二度と私の体に触れることができると思わぬことです。
Why did he wait until now to use the shield? Why didn't he use it instead of using his arm? This was actually playable in the fighting game. She mostly punches in. Okay. No kicks? Like here it specifically says that she does some kicks.
Nara, そのシールドごとぶち抜いてやるぜ。
不屈な刀。その根性。なるほど。次期当主として実にふさわしい。もう少しお相手させていただきましょうかね。これも試験官の役得です。
He does kick with mostly a punching focused moveset. Fair enough. Fair enough.
砕けろ
Well, Jessica certainly started off better than George. Gop looked down on George, sneering. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him, so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him.
立ちなさい。また落ちるわよ。
George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant.
命乞いなさい。君のしていることは何も選ばない4番目の選択肢に同じ。君が選んだのは3番目の選択肢でしょ。両手両膝をついて詫びれば私への比例を許してあげるわ。そしたら君を地下牢へ案内してあげる。そこで君は愛するシャノンと非力な自分のために他の人質たちを一人ずつ殺していくの。できるわよね。その覚悟はあると君は豪語したわ。
George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender.
あまり強情が過ぎると今度こそ奈落の底の底までお
Gop's strength was evident. That was probably clear, even more than it was to George himself. Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror.
庄司様。もう。やめて。私なんかのために。
姉さん。
私のことなんて好きにならなければジョージ様は誰とも戦わなくていいんでしょ。なら私なんて捨ててください。忘れてください。
There was no way that voice could have reached George. But even so, George answered.
嫌だね。僕は屈服しない。
へえ。どうして？
それが僕の覚悟だからだ。僕はシャノンのために全てと戦う。そして全てに認めさせ、全てに僕たちを祝福させる。
ねえ、聞かせて。どうしてあのシャノンとかいう家具のためにそこまで言えるの？あんなのただの出来損ないじゃない。給仕一つ満足にできないガラクタ家具だわ。
愛する女性への暴言を僕はそれ以上許さない。
The Chad George.
だったら何？ひ弱な僕ちゃんが私にどう抗うというのかしら。
人を愛するとは強さだ。それを知ったから僕は強くなれた。 シャノン、僕は君を愛している。その言葉だけで僕は何度でも立ち上がれるんだ。
シャノンは力よ。私に愛を語られても。
いや、伝わった。それが愛だからだ。シャノンには今僕の言葉が聞こえているよ。そうだと信じられることこそが愛だ。
こいつ。
シャノン、君は家具なんかじゃない。家具だったとしても世界でただ一つの僕だけの家具だ。生涯僕と寄り添ってほしい。僕には君が永遠に必要だ。
庄司様。
焼けるわ。口説きならうちの人を超えたわね。
若さですな。
愛が強さなら坊やはどうしてそんなにひ弱なの？その弱さがつまり君の愛の程度なわけね。婚約者への愛もひ弱、両親のあっけない死に様もひ弱。君の人生は何から何までひ弱だわ。
シャノンは僕に愛と強さを教えてくれた。もし君が僕の強さだけでシャノンへの愛を確かめようというのなら、僕の愛を教えよ
う。言うわね。なるほど。何度も蹴り倒されて転がされ、それでも立ち上がるのがシャノンからもらった強さだと。ならあっけなく殺されたあんたのお父さんとお母さんからは何をもらったの
？At that time, there was a blackout. Even though they were outside?
違う。これは。
Nani? The thing blocking Gop's vision was the bottom of George's shoe.
側頭蹴り、尾骨骨折。
It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gop's nose.
母さんにもらったものはこの蹴りだ。
What? Okay, but why did it stop in front of her nose? Several moments after, Gop jumped back. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he would probably have caused the damage he'd announced.
そして父さんにもらったのが忍耐力。
Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is disciplined by fortitude.
君の暴力的意思表示は理解した。また婚約者と両親への名誉毀損も理解した。そしてそれを撤回する気がないんだね。
こいつ。
君の攻撃はもう十分に理解したからだ。そろそろいいかな、反撃しても。
小ざくな坊やの分際で。
A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move won't work again. It was an extremely smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver. George. I can picture that. That's pretty epic. And that writes awful, yeah. Oh, yeah. What can we call George? I don't know. What can we use to replace that? Yeah, I don't know. There's no good name to put, or there's no good way to put Chad into his name.
忍耐とは熱くならず冷静に相手の出方を研究することだ。何のために？決まってるじゃないか。わかるかい？
わかんないわよ。
反撃してきっちり借りを返し、二度とちょっかいを出したくないと思わせ、涙と鼻水で顔面をぐちゃぐちゃにして、それを拭うのを忘れて、額を地面にこすりつけて何度も謝りたくなるほどに完膚なきまでに完璧に徹底的に叩きのめすためだよ。
George Angie. George dashed. Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. And because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gop a second time.
後ろ回し蹴り、顎部骨折。
It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gop's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gop's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gop kicked at George's shins as a diversion, and in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, he aimed to kick at his stomach. Wait, what? How does that work? It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it sliced through the air where George no longer was.
上段かかと落とし、鎖骨骨折。
By Gop's side, George calmly announced that, his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had swung down, a collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries.
こいつ資金じゃ私より強いの。距離を。
She jumped backwards to open up a large gap between them. George is also in the fighting game and fights mostly by kicking. Makes sense. I mean, he hasn't used his fists yet or anything. And his mom was big on kicks. And that's how he learned it, I guess. I mean, it's sort of funny how George and Jessica are opposites. She jumped and leaped and even flipped in midair, increasing that distance. It should have been magnificent. For some reason, it was very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at the range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques.
バカが私を倒せるチャンスを3度も逃した傲慢。 奈落の底で後悔なさい。
When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, a razor-sharp wind cut Gop's bangs. Yes, cut them. It happened twice. This time, it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure.
アルマーダ・コンマルテーロ第一撃で眼底骨折第二撃で脳挫傷
Armada con Martello. I have no idea what that means. Interesting. The awesome songs in this part. Yeah, they're going hard. Gop was too shocked to speak. George had closed in over all that distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than several of her bangs.
空手で蹴りの威力をテコンドーで速度カポエイラでは自在の間合いを学んだ母さんが色々と移り気でねでも色々と特徴を学べて勉強になったよ
なぜ当てない。私が女だからとでも言うのか。
君は王者の力として3つ目に暴力と言ったね君はどうやらまだその暴力の意味を誤解しているようだこの場合の暴力とはね短絡的に振るわれる乱暴のことを言うんじゃない敵対すれば無傷では済まないという抑止のことを指すんだよ
Oh yeah.
抑止だと
He wants to break her spirit. In short, this is what it meant. This was why all of George's attacks up until then had stopped a hair's breadth away. These bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had been all performed so splendidly. Also, if George had wished it, any one of those would probably have crushed Gop. He had daringly not done that.
君も言ったろ暴力は滑る力だと暴力で相手を破壊してしまったら滑られないじゃないか王者の暴力とはね見せるだけなんだよ破壊しない屈服させて自らの財産とするんだからね君に泡でも吹かれたらみんなの囚われてる場所に案内させられないよ
Gop had to admit it. He had to admit that George understood force in its truest sense.
みんなのところへ案内してもらうよ抵抗はおすすめしないもう寸止めはしないよ
ごめんねリアあんたの兵隊借りさせて私一人じゃ手に負えないわこいつ
As a large pitch-black hole opened in the sky, thunk, 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 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. They surrounded George.
増援会それは僕がひ弱であることを撤回したと受け止めていいのかな
認めるわあんたの人間の力を侮ってたわ
違うねこれが愛を覚えた男の強さなのさ
ほざけクソ さいことをシャーシャーと。さあヤギたち、その男を潰して肉団子にしてやりなさい。このヤギたちはバカだけどパワーだけはあるみたいよ。あんたの死体婚約者にも見分けがつかなくしてあげるわ。
降伏拒否並びに継戦の意思了解したよ。以後は君の攻撃に等しい分だけ君に実害が及ぶことを宣言する。
I love this.
僕をまだ攻撃するつもりなら相応の損害を受けることになると覚悟するがいいよ。
George is the epitome of fuck around and find out. When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him. It seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gop, being a demon, could.
魔法？どうしてこいつが防御結界を？しかもそれ反撃特化。それがあんたの抑止という意味。
From the demon's perspective, that may have been magic, but in George's eyes was determination. Ah, I see. George is filled with determination. It was a determination filled with certainty, which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore, and which would force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Determination with certainty becomes magic. Well, we're back to Jessica now. Ronove had been accurately blocking Jessica's fists with his shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them on the shield, he felt his arm get jarred, and it hurt. It should have prevented all physical damage. However, the damage from her fists was gradually being transmitted to his arm, piling up. Ronove tried to act like he was composed, so that this wouldn't be noticed.
私はバテねえぜ。どうしたよおっさん。ちっとは答えてきたかよ。
いくら攻撃しようとも無駄ですよ。私のシールドはあなたには砕けないとどうしてわからないのです？
I can break the shield. You can't break the shield. I can break the shield. Ah! Single drop of sweat. Wait, what? I'm not seeing. Did I miss something? I'm not seeing it. Oh, and the other Ronove spray. Oh, okay. I must have missed it.
砕けないからってよ、殴るのをやめはしないぜ。どんな固い心にだって言葉はわずかずつ響き、やがてはひびを入れることだってできるんだ。私は信じてる。この世に無駄な努力なんて存在しないってな。だから生きるんだろ、思いっきり。言葉だっていつか通じるなら拳だって同じってことだぜ。私の辞書には諦めるって文字は書いちゃいねえんだぜ。
Those words were probably aimed at Cannon. Cannon, who had seemed to reject Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. He believed that they would surely reach his heart, that the day would come that he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, that he'd step out into a new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose heart.
バカみてえだろ。男には理解できねえだろ。恋する乙女ってのはな、無駄だから諦めるって考えがねえんだぜ。
At that time, Ronove certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of light that encircled Jessica's fists.
これは参りました。エンチャントですか。浸透付与とは厄介。
Inside her unrelenting fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic.
な、無駄なんてことはねえだろ。通ってんだろ、私の拳。腕をかばってるぜ、おっさん。
もう少し本気を出さざるを得ないようですね。おっしゃる通りのようです。この世に無駄なことなどない。
そうさ、無駄なんて諦めたらそこで人生が終わっちまうぜ。通じるんだよ、絶対に。
I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Canon-kun about a new world someday. So I'm not going to lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone.
くそ！なんとか隙間を！
Sentences being shonen protagonist, yeah. Man, I'm getting my ass whooped. But somehow, surely, I'll be able to turn things around. So this is the only way I can live. Yeah. Come on, Kraus. You need some of that magic. Kraus was repeating his useless effort to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. Nothing is useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pitfalls and disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was their only chance to break the bars.
よせ、無茶だ。クラウスさん。素手でどうにかなるもんじゃない。道具を探しましょう。無茶をするんじゃない。
Yeah, what? I forget. Virgilia went somewhere with somebody. Oh, right. Virgilia went with the Chester sisters because they were all torn up about Enzo verbally assaulting them. Yeah. And then there were the goats, but those got taken away. Okay, yeah, so there's nobody here right now. Hmm.
無駄と諦めたらそれまでと娘に言われてしまった。私の体は無理でも小柄なシャノンかカノンが抜けられれば。
この段階に至っては出ない知恵を絞るより行動あるものね。力を合わせましょう。私もやるわ。カノン君、男の子でしょ。手を貸して。カノン君？
I wonder if Canon and Shannon are finally going to use their magic. Also, like, I think I mentioned something about this before, but what if they all just like rushed the bars at the same time? Like all ram the bars. I feel like that might do at least some damage. Everybody get a running start and just ram into it with their full body weight. After all, there's nobody else here at the moment, so this would be the perfect time to attempt it. Oh yeah. It's time to get serious.
何をする気だ。
いいよね姉さん、もう一度だけあがいても。
私ももう一度だけあがくよ。一度だけじゃない。何度でも。
Jessica's voice had reached Cannon. It certainly had permeated into his cold, rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally, and in the next flash, they were severed horizontally again, causing many metal bars to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. I should have got the pipe clanging sound. I don't have that one on me. Kraus, Kiria, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue what had just happened.
南條先生、お屋敷や廊下をどっちに？
左奥だ、左奥。
In and to the left.
参りましょう、旦那様方。すぐにワルギリア様に気づかれます。
あんたたちは一体何なの？
僕たちは。
When Cannon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke.
私たちは人間です。
Hey! They're not furniture!
ワルギリア様！警戒網に反応、脱獄です。なぜか見張りのヤギがいません。
どうしてです？ガープですね。人の召喚物を勝手に。ガープガープガープ。
交戦規定確認。脱走者への射殺許可を申請であります。
おやりなさい。やっちゃいなさい。
What was that?
ガップガップガップガップガップ。
Nepka? What in the world is going on here? I think Virgilia is having a massive meltdown. Virgilia has stopped working. Please reboot.
了解であります。45、410、追撃狙撃戦準備。弾手、収束誘導弾。
He deserves it. True. Very true.
ワルギリア様、逃亡阻止結界を。
いったったった。そうでしたね。
What happened to Wait, what did she just do? How did she hurt herself? I thought she went running out of the room or something, but rammed herself into a wall or something? What? I'm confused.
ここから逃がしはしませんよ。いったった。ガプガプ言ってたら舌噛みました。
Oh, she bit her tongue. The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, that was no problem for them now.
カノン、また鉄格子だ。頼む。
はい旦那様。
しかしすごいわ。一体どういう原理なのかしら。
原理なぞ興味ないね。大事なのは彼に鉄格子が切断できてここから脱出できることだけだ。気にするなカノン、やれ。
お任せを。
Cannon sliced the metal bars again with his red curved blade. But there was a harsh, strange noise, and the metal bars only had a slight scratch.
なんとこれは頑丈な。
違う、エンチャントされてる。ワルギリア様の魔法錠だ。
切断できる？
もちろん。でも時間をかけるよ。
3分間待ってやる。
After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Cannon extended a red curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed, almost as though he was melting through it with a burner.
切断はできそうだが手こずりそうだな。
Gop, 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 gop. Yes, bully the Vergilia more. Excellent.
旦那様、敵に捕捉されました。下がってください。
追って。誰も来てないわよ。
私の後ろに下がってください。狙われてます。45データ治療。標的は捕捉。地形誤差修正。射撃曲線形成。制御点補正完了。410データリンク。410データ受領。危険区域確認。問題なし。
WO 師団装填48発。個別誘導 F&F。
Wait, sub rounds? What? Okay.
収束誘導弾準備完了。
But it's a bow. They don't use guns. I'm so confused.
45射撃準備完了。収束誘導弾装填。410にひひひ射撃。
A golden arrow that was sparkled gold was fired. Or that sparkled gold was fired, leaving a gold tail streaming behind. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, toward the underground path at full speed.
何か光りましたぞ。
黄金の矢はシールドで防げない。カノン君、迎撃態勢。リンクしよう。
Oh? This is new. Cannon and Shannon linking?
ゲートキーパー了解。
Gatekeeper. Nani?
姉さんと一緒に戦うのは久しぶりだ。動じらないでよ。
Excuse me, Cannon? You're telling Shannon not to screw up?
本気でやる。
なら問題ない。
Cannon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep into the darkness of the underground path. A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess a perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance toward their individual targets.
分裂した。
収束誘導弾分裂確認。師団467848全弾捕捉。迎撃完成。カノンへデータリンク。
What is even going on now?
カノンデータ受領。姉さんの能力はすごいな。48発全部見える。
I swear, this is feeling more and more like they just. This feels like a kid's game. It's like they're just one-upping each other.
迎撃優先順位に注意。姉さんを信じて。
もちろんだ。僕は目を開ける必要さえない。
迎撃開始。
Way too dang epilepsy.
目標健在。迎撃されました。
Yeah. I like the panicked look.
48発全部。
シャノンとカノンはもともと一組の家具ですからね。揃うと手強いこと。あいつだってこれ口内炎になっちゃうかしら。落ち着け。再装填。弾種を変更。精密高速狙撃弾。精密狙撃戦準備。
Precision snipe. Light speed sniper rounds. Oh boy.
そりゃいいね。追撃不能の超高速弾。ゲートキーパーごときじゃ防御不能だに。精密狙撃戦了解。精密射撃用データ収集開始。
一体今のは何なんだ。
安心して。私にもさっぱりよ。一つわかるのは二人に頼らなきゃ死んでたってことね。
カノン君ありがとう。鉄格子に戻って。多分次のは迎撃できない弾が来る。
Okay. They acknowledge they can't intercept it.
そんな攻撃をどう防ぐんだ。
撃たせません。
Don't let them shoot.
カノン君霊視線防備。
Spirit particle combat countermeasures. At those words, Cannon closed his eyes tightly and ground his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive struck. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Epilepsy.
射撃システムエラー。ダメだ、再起動。あれあれ。
I do have that evil. By the way, that's epilepsy. So people understand what I'm saying.
霊波妨害、霊視防護、急げ。何をしてるか、早く耳を塞げ。45。
Spirit wave jamming. Particle safeguards. What? An unseen, unheard impact had struck the Chester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears. But 45 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled.
キューキューキューキュー。
What the heck? What is this? I thought it was like gonna knock them out, like a high pitched sound or something. I thought it was gonna knock them out. What in the world?
45損傷。
Oh, I guess she did get knocked out.
コンパイラのエンジンがいっちゃったよ。きゃー、私もノイズがひどいに。
IME. What's an IME? IME. Not finding anything about that. Maybe that's just something for Umineko. I was thinking like I know there's like a friendly fire thing that the military has. That's IFA, isn't it? Or something like that. Input method editor? Error? Or maybe error? Or, yeah, editor. Yeah, that could be it. Input method editor is a software component that enables a user to input text in a language that can't be represented using to do with the number of characters in the user's written language, such as the various streams in any languages. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, they do have that text whenever they're about to fire.
$45、410、そして00、損傷、狙撃戦を断念。リンクでもろに来た。
Okay, so 45 and 410 both got knocked out. 00 still okay, sort of, but took damage?
再起動しないと。
Raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released. And not only 45, who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410, who had been linked with her, were taken down.
大丈夫ですか？後でまた美味しい紅茶を入れてあげますからね。しっかり。申し訳ございませんであります。再起動をかけます。数百秒ほどお待ちを。
Wait several hundred seconds? Okay. All of the Chester sisters had fallen over. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while.
家具がブブー。一時的にとはいえ退けますか。 なるほど。あの子の面白がる筋書きは実に大番狂わせが多いこと。
Uh-oh. I don't like that look. Plot to entertain that child will be filled with unexpected turns. Okay. Talking about Lambda Delta? Virgilia tore the air with a large gesture, motioning as though opening a door.
さあさあおいでなさい、ヤギの従者たち。お仕事の時間ですよ。
Maybe Beatrice? I mean, that could be, but I mean, Lambda Delta likes to keep things crazy. I was thinking maybe since she's more of an agent of chaos. I don't know. I mean, it could be either one, really.
脱走者たちを殺して捕らえなさい。
Oi, oi, stop it. Stop it with that face. No. Stop that.
死体でいいのですよ。どうせ蘇生できるし。
Ah! Flashbang. A gold-colored door opened in the air, and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out.
さあさあ急ぎなさい。脱走者は5人いるから5等賞までの早い者勝ち。素敵なご褒美がありますよ。さあさあ頑張って頑張って。
Virgilia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After facing each other at those words, the goats all rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as packed as the Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Virgilia held her head in frustration. By that time, Cannon had managed to cut enough bars to make a crack that could be slipped through. It had been a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo with his lethal waist, but even so, they all managed to make it through. His lethal waist. But after they did, they only had a couple seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them.
厳重ね。よっぽどここの人を逃がしたくなかったんでしょうね。
I find it amusing how they put her face smack behind the biggest bar there.
カノン、すまんがもう一度頼む。辛いだろうが頼む。
There was sweat on Cannon's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, had physically exhausted him.
はい、お任せを、旦那様。
Oh, it needs to eat more.
お前にしかできん。どうか頼む。
Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Cannon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting metal bars again.
後方、敵が来ます。複数。
ええ、今度は私たちにもわかるわ。すごい地響きね。とんでもない化け物が殺到してくるのがわかるわ。
ご安心を。今抜けた鉄格子を私が魔法城で封鎖します。ヤギたちごときには破れません。
Shannon held her hand out toward the metal bars they had gone through. But she stopped right away.
どうかしましたか？
ワルギリア様が霊波妨害の中和を開始。破られるとまずい。シエスタ姉妹の再起動後のイニシアチブを奪われます。
可愛いウサギたちをいじめてくれたお返しはたっぷりとさせていただきますよ。この小賢しい霊視で優位に立とうというなら、それを丸ごと剥ぎ取って私が奪ってあげます。
あのヤギたちにその鉄格子の隙間は狭すぎる。しばらくは食い止めてくれるはず。
I was gonna say, if the metal bars still have enchantment on them, the goats are way bigger than everybody else there, so I doubt they'll be able to get through.
何を言っているかさっぱりだもん。
だいぶヤバいってことだけは理解できたわ。
Kyrie picked up a metal bar that Cannon had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fists, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from.
この鉄格子で遮るものはおしまいのはずだ。ここから屋敷までどのくらいあるんです？
Now Kraus's face is behind the giant metal bar.
かなり歩く。道は平坦だが30分は歩いた記憶もある。
Dang, that's pretty far.
全力疾走ならその半分ってことだわ。
I mean, yeah, that would make sense. They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the three-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be alright against demon opponents after all this time.
歩く2倍の速度で走れば15分。さらにその2倍で走れば8分を切るわ。
さらにその倍の全力疾走なら5分かかる。問題ない。むちゃくちゃな計算ですが。ですが、カジマの計算式はそういうものです。
Oh, did I mute myself there? I was saying about Nanjo's gonna be completely dead. How do they expect Nanjo to be that fast?
申し訳ございません、旦那様方。後を頼みます。
任せたまえ。カノンは1秒でも早く鉄格子を。シャノンはワルギリアとかいう魔女への妨害に専念したまえ。追っては私とキリエさんで防ぐ。
That'd be faster than the slowest of the group, that's true. You leave Nanjo to block the hole. I'm sorry, that's terrible. Then the roars of beasts rang out from the darkness, and several fiery, glowing, bright red eyes appeared. Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing with an incredible force. Wait, these goats are even bigger? Dang. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought a frightening intensity and terror, but Kyrie actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the crack in the bars. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had bent, as if collapsing. Their charging power probably was on par with a train. Dang, you're telling me a train couldn't ram through those bars? That's impressive. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would likely have been overwhelmed, or would likely have overwhelmed the five of them and crushed them in an instant. Vergilius went all out, but doesn't seem to be as smart as he appeared in the last chapter. Yeah. Banded bars, true, but still. A train. That is some massive force. Gap. Yeah, Vergilius lost it. She ain't got time to think things through. When the group of goats pressing up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Maybe that was out of pain from their game of push and shove. One calm goat among them figured out what should be done about the metal bars, then grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kirei sharply jabbed her metal pole at that goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down.
Klaus-san!
I wonder, like, the metal bars that they're using to poke at them, are they still enchanted? Like, would they do more damage to the goats? Still holding the metal pole she had stuck out, Kirei relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all his might, jumped up and kicked down with all his weight and kicking power combined. That makes for quite an impressive feat. Unintentional. All of that destructive power was focused on a single pole, drilling it in.
大丈夫ですかな。患部は揉まないように。お薬は後で処方しましょう。お大事に。
Oh, non-drill. As the goat who'd taken a pile bunker to its vitals writhed with teary eyes, it nodded its head.
私たちのリンクも結構いけるじゃない。シャノンちゃんたちには負けられないわ。
Yeah, this is... I don't know what's happening this chapter, but... Yeah... I just don't know.
当然じゃないか。私たちは仲良し一族だからね。
It's going totally off the walls.
2人がかりでならいけるわ。次、右側のあいつ。
了解だ。いい嫁さんじゃないか。ルドルフめ、少し愚痴が多かったんじゃないか。
へえ、後で聞かせてもらうわ。ルドルフさん、天国で青くなっても手遅れよ。
Okay, we're back with George, and it seems like he's doing quite well. The goats' massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, this strength surpassed common sense. To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the chin and flown through the air. It's too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised.
僕の蹴りが化け物にも通用したとはね。驚きだよ。
あんたの反撃特化結界のせいよ。ブレイズした攻撃力をそのまま自らに上乗せしてる。あんたの蹴りにもその化け物どもの怪力が加算されてるのよ。
へえ、よくわからないけど僕にぴったりじゃないか。誰であろうとも 攻撃してくるなら等しい反撃を覚悟してもらう。
These legs are rated E for everyone.
専守防衛、僕のポリシーそのものだ。
That's why Gop couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats had been foolish, and so had attacked without worrying. But this second effect had worked in full against Gop.
こいつらは単調だね。パワーが互角であるならば小柄な方が有利だ。
He lightly dodged the log-like arms. When those arms touched the barrier that protected George, they let off a strong red light. The tip of the counterattacking foot would then gain the same sparkle, and the superhuman power of the goat added to its own. The second goat fell forward and floated in the air for a second. Then George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the falling goat's head. Missed. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life. But no. A heel was dropped onto the back of its head, and was forced to kiss the ground. Ah, the heel drop.
上段回し蹴りからの練りチャギは基本だろ。たまにやると結構当たるよ。
こいつ厄介だわ。マジで厄介だわ。
何が悪魔だ、何が魔女だ。六軒島の主人はこの後ろ宮家だよ。それを体で教えてやるよ。
The angry face that George has is just... it looks so derpy. Like, I just can't really take it seriously. Gop may be having a hard or a bad time, but then again, Gop. Yeah. They all having a bit of a rough time this time. But can the Ushiromias pull it off? The only way to finish off George, now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattack style barrier, was to deny him a chance to counterattack. Nothing to do but suck him into the abyss next. Then kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him. Until she kicked him to death. But George had already completely seen through the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gop's pitfalls. If he could jump over that next pitfall, then this time he would probably pulverize Gop's head with his whirlwind-like kick, without holding back in the slightest. Just as had been done to his parents. He was able to envision that scene vividly. Gop hated Kinzo more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Oh. Jessica and Ronobe. Ronobe's shields are getting more exaggerated. I'm not sure if that means that Jessica's just hitting him more times, or what? Also, that's a weird cut there. Even though Ronobe held out a shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to block Jessica's fists anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fists grew the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times, and those fists had also been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, a speed upgrade, making them fists worthy to fight on par with a demon. And why did you involve me in this? Oh, Gup. Man, I don't think we've had somebody appear in an episode only to get bullied so much. Like, Virgilia was, I mean, it seemed like she got bullied there, sort of, when she appeared, but that was all part of the plan. Well, and she wasn't really bullied, she was just kicked around a little bit. But then she came back stronger. But again, that was still part of the plan. And now she's getting bullied in this chapter. Gap only Gop only appeared. When did she appear? Was that fairly recently, or was that near the beginning of the chapter or episode? Lucifer, I guess. Well, did she get? Well, yeah. Did Lucifer get bullied the first episode she was in? Oh, we only saw Lucifer on episode 3? Okay, that would work then, yeah. I got first from the sun. Oh, right, because I guess, yeah, we didn't see any of the demon stakes in episode 1, and then in episode 2, we saw 2 of them, maybe 3? I think 2, though. And then we didn't see the rest of them until episode 3, I guess. Yeah, okay. Some of them in the dining hall. Yeah, so that wasn't too long ago, chapter-wise. We saw Asmo, Bale, Satan. Okay, so we did see 3. Yeah, then the rest of them only appeared in episode 3. Yeah, then Lucifer got bullied pretty hard, yeah. Okay. So it's not necessarily precedent. Although Lucifer's still around, but I wonder if Gop's gonna survive this episode. That would make sense if she's not in the fighting game. She just gets destroyed immediately. But I don't want Ronove to go away. Don't die on me, Ronove. I need the smooth butler in my life. Look at that. Look at that elegance.
へばってきたんじゃねえのかよ。動きが鈍ってきてるぜ。
いいえ、ジェシカ様の動きと思考、動体視力が飛躍的にエンチャントされているのです。私の動きは最初から変わっていませんよ。あなたの動きが私を捉えつつあるのです。
I have to wonder though, like, does Ronove just not have a chance to attack? Or what? I mean, he could still be elegant in attack, right? He's not just doing it for elegance's sake, right? Huh.
それでも反撃はしねえわけか。
Oh yeah, and you still won't fight back?
これが私のこだわりですので。しかし、このままというわけにもいきますまい。そろそろ本気で終わりにさせてもらいますよ。
Oh? Ronove's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. He was full of respect for Jessica in a truly demonic way. Because it was an expression he only showed for enemies who made him get serious.
だこれ。
With a gesture of his whole body that you couldn't call elegant, Ronove held out a shield with all his strength, a shield the size and thickness of a wall. It was more tenacious than a simple shield. It literally was a wall. And on top of that, with all of Ronove's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid.
これがお前の本気かよ。上等だぜ。打ち砕いてやら
今度はそうはさせませんよ。この壁は一味違います。どれ、私もエンチャントさせていただきましょう。
Kinda still not fighting back, yeah. When Ronove made a magic sign, almost like a ninja, the wall glowed red just for an instant, and some kind of ominous power dwelt within it. Jessica was able to recognize that almost immediately with her body. Every time her fists hit the wall, pain as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body rebounded against her.
攻撃反応装甲を付与させていただきました。ジェシカ様の攻撃を相殺することで威力を減退させ、のみならず反応破片で反撃までできる優れものです。
Yeah, so even now he's not fighting back himself. He's having the wall do it for him. Let's see. You know, I guess this would sort of fit the perfect butler type of combat, because this way he doesn't have to get his hands dirty.
殴り続けるのは大いに結構ですが、それは自らにも及びます。
つまりお前の壁と私の我慢比べってことかよ。上等だ。
Hold on, I need to play something just for this. Alright, where is it? There we go. I'm playing the wrong one there. The wall. The wall. Oh, can't hear it over the music? Okay. Let me turn it a bit.
yo, when you come to it and you can't go through it and you can't knock it down, you know that you found the wall, the wall, the wall. No man on earth can make you fall. When you come to it and you can't go through it and you can't knock it down, you know that you found the wall, the wall, the wall. No man on earth can make you fall.
I just had to play that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think something changed with my sound in OBS again. I don't know. Or... yeah, I don't know. That did sound sort of low volume at first. Oh yes, OBS problems. And me. Name a better duo.
ジェシカ様が膝をつくのが先か、壁に押し込まれるのが先か。見物させていただきましょう。
打ち破ってこの壁ごとお前の横っ面をぶっ飛ばす方が先かもな。見てやがれ。
Oh, epilepsy. Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her entire body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over her. She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain. Jessica's really channeling that protagonist, shonen protagonist energy.
Kanon, まだかね。私たちは平気だが、奴らを防ぐ鉄格子が平気ではなさそうだ。
もう少しです。
頑張れ。
こいつらキリがないわ。おしくらまんじゅうだけで鉄格子を破りかねない。
The group of goats made the metal bars creak. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were still being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping the two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that crack was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from spreading left and right. At that time, there was a loud metal sound behind them. Cannon had finally finished cutting.
早く。
キリエさん、レディーファーストだ。南條先生も続いて。
旦那様、ここは僕に任せてください。これは。
Cannon's red sword that had cut the metal bars disappeared. Uh-oh.
ごめん。ワルギリア様の霊視線影響下に入った。私たちの魔力が中和されてる。
よくも大魔女と呼ばれた私にここまで抗ったものです。もはやその地下道ではあなたたちの魔法は使えませんよ。
A magic circle column drew a complex magical formula with Virgilia at the center. With such genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as long as she had.
霊視優勢を確保。さあシエスタ姉妹、今度こそあなたたちの出番ですよ。ってまだ再起動してるんですか？なんで最近の子は寝起きが悪いの？
申し訳ありませんであります。私たち全員バージョンが違ってて。
なんでバージョン変わるたびにショートカットとプルダウンがしっちゃかめっちゃかになるに。
Lord. These things are like part computer? What? Or I mean, are they like androids?
前回不正の終了がありました。
Did not shut down correctly last time. This amuses me.
管理者権限？何これわけわかんない。
I know that feel.
早く直して。
Tech issues. Girls are now attempting support. Please wait warmly. Yeah.
この得体トラブルシュートにコール。
They have tech support. Oh my goodness.
何？ユーザーコードがないと教えない？
What is happening this episode? What? Oh my goodness.
ユーザーコードは45が管理してるに。
Nice.
9999にしか聞こえん。紙に書かせろ。
言語支援システム再起動できてないから文字も書けないに。
Okay, yeah. So what you said about what was that input method editor or whatever? That seems to be it. Can't write characters.
お前たちはゆっくり修理していなさい。私が行ってきます。
ごめんなさい。
The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Virgilia was again shocked by this congestion.
何をやってるんですか？ご褒美が欲しいから一番乗りがしたい？他のヤギにご褒美を奪われたくないから邪魔をし合っている？このおバカヤギたちが！
Yes, bully Virgilia more. Excellent.
私が行きますから道を開けなさい。何？嫌ですって？ワルギリア様がご褒美を奪うつもりだ？なんでスクラム組んでるんですか？きつい狭い。いつからここはヤギ専用車両に？今お尻触った子、次の駅で降りなさい。
What?
何あなた。
Really getting sexually harassed in your bingo card for the day? No, that was not even considered. What the heck is going on?
こっちへ来いって。
The five in Krause's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't dawdle around in an underground place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. They could meet up. There would no longer be any more sorrow. Aha. Right. That time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. Had their pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble and the dirt that fell here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. What? It felt almost like being chased by ghosts. Wait, what? For a second, they thought they'd gotten away, until the ceiling in front of them fell in, and a single goat stood in their path. Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder.
賢い子が近道を知っていました。偉い子ですね。一等賞ですよ。
Oh dang, we finally met a competent goat.
後で手作りのサバのカレー煮をご馳走してあげますよ。
Hmm. You know, I said before as a joke, what if they were just really bored and like all of this is made up and it's all a game? We haven't seen, well, yeah, was Kumasawa one of the ones that, well, I mean, even if Kumasawa was, oh. At Mackerel Curry, Kumasawa locked up the garden shed? Yeah. But still, something's fishy about this. Maybe it really was happy about that dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and writhing. Virgilia leapt down, laughing that this time it was finally checkmate.
そう、ダメだ。魔力が完全に殺されてる。
まだよ。魔法がなくても私たちにはまだこの体がある。
But yeah, even like that's not the only thing. The mackerel, it's very suspicious that the mackerel was brought up there. Extremely suspicious, because the only person that really talks about mackerel a lot is Kumasawa. And then Virgilia also complains about the cold. And let's see. The part with the metal pole where, well, where Kyrie placed a metal pole in front, or hit one of the goats with a metal pole, and then Kraus pile bunkered it. Nanjo said to the goat about getting some medicine and checking up on that later, and the goat nodded. That seems even more out of character. Like they're just an actor. I don't know. I don't know. And I think there was one or two other things I noticed before. But I don't know. Something is strange. There are still some very strange things that I can't really explain or don't really make sense with this still, but I don't know. For example, like the Ushiromiya's dying on the island is supposed to be known to a bunch of people in the future. Like, the entire country knows about this. I doubt it's something they would take like that unless there was actually... Unless something actually did happen. I don't know. This is all very strange. I can't tell what's real and what's not, and what is what the hell? Brain melting.
無茶だ。あんな化け物にあの不思議な力がなくて戦えるわけがない。
He was doing its job properly then, yeah. Oh boy.
子供たちは下がっていたまえ。私が何とかするから、その隙にあの化け物の両脇を駆け抜けるんだ。
させませんよ。
When Virgilia clapped her hands, a purple magic circle wall appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope that Kraus had been betting on.
ドンジ・キュースか。いや、まだだ。ジェシカも戦った。私が戦わんわけにはいかん。
本気なの？無理よ、あんな巨大な化け物に。
むちゃくちゃだ。クラウスさん、他の方法を考えましょう。
Yeah, while you're thinking of another way, the monster's probably going to attack you anyway, so have fun with it.
思いついたら提案してくれたまえ。それまでも私が何とかするしかないようだ。さあ、下がりたまえ。
気をつけて。
Did you bet on Kraus or the goat? Well, if Kraus can muster up some of that power of friendship and incredible violence, he might have a chance. But also, this is a competent goat for once, so I don't know.
おやおや、クラウス。あなた一人でこの子と戦うつもりですか？
わからんぞ。戦いにはまぐれあたりの一発だってあり得る。
まぐれでも勝てるつもりとお思いですか？身の程知らずのあなたのために私が状況を整理して差し上げましょう。
何？
あなたが 100% の力を発揮したとしてあなたの戦闘力はせいぜい6。対してこの子の戦闘力は1000。
It's over 900!
つまりあなたが100人束になっても絶対に勝てないということです。
What was that?
まあ確かに戦いには不確定要素もあります。
What was a... Why is there a 1? Also, is there anything different here? I mean, I don't think I doubt there's anything different there. I haven't seen anything for a while. Or heard anything from that. Not prepared for this. Oh boy. Yeah, it's on the bottom right. We got a 1. Oh! Yeah, I'm covering it now. Anyway, there's a big number 1 behind me. Okay, shift. Okay. Where did I put it? This. Okay. Put myself up there. Move the gap. Need a little help here to move it. Thank you. Got some help from Gop there.
その戦闘力に多少の倍率がかかることも認めましょう。しかしそれでもあなたがこの子を倒せる確率は 0.00001% というところでしょうか。
Oh, now it's a 2.
お分かりかしら。あなたには万に一つの勝ち目もないということです。
3? Huh? Virgilia and the goat guffawed together.
くそ。毎日ということは配当は1万倍ということではないかい。いい大穴だ。そういう馬券は好きだよ。買いたくなる。
それを買うコインはあなたの命1枚しかありませんよ。しかしそれでもその奇跡に運命を託したいというあなたの気持ちよくわかります。ですので恐れずに立ち向かうあなたの勇気をたたえ一つハンデを差し上げましょう。
4.
この子は左腕一本で戦います。
5.
まあそれでもあなたに負ける気は全くしませんが。
6.
それにしても何かしら、さっきからピンポンピンポンと。
Yeah, what is that noise?
よかろう。その勝負受けて立ってやる。左腕だろうとなんだろうとどうせ私は一撃で殺されるだろう。私のチャンスもまた一撃しかないのだ。それに全てかけるしかあるまい。
むちゃくちゃだクラウスさん。あんたがボクシングをやってたことは知っているが、それでも大学時代のはず。いやいや、仮にプロのボクサーがいたとしてもあんな化け物一撃で倒せるはずもない。
リングの上での試合なら確かにね。
Confused that thing. What this is this? Wait, what? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
でもクラウス兄さんが望みをかけるチャンスがわずかだけどあるわ。
Oh, right. You were saying about maybe Jessica had boxing club. Okay. Yeah, so it was Kraus that had boxing club.
彼はそれに全て望みをかけている。 まさか。しかしそんなのうまくいくわけがない。
旦那様、
見ている。一撃で決めてやる。
It's not playing Virgilia's voice. Honey? Oh, is this just her thoughts? How shallow. I know what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, their power will be double what is normal. Both will crash together, though it's a relative 4 times normal. Even if, on top of that, the strike lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that will only double the power again. In short, Kraus's maximum power of 6 times 8 would be 48 at the most. He might or might not be able to win, if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. If you're killed every time you take a hit, and your damage still accumulates, let's see. Perhaps you might finally win when we get to episode 24, yes? If only this series could stretch on so long. Either way, if you don't have a slight chance, or either way, you don't have a slight chance at victory. 7. I have a guess. I won't say it. It could be wrong. Very absurd, but we'll see. Hey, seriously, what is that bing bong sound?
私も一撃に全てをかけさせていただく。ヤギ君も遠慮することはない。
Goat-kun.
本気で来たまえ。
全力を要望ですよ。本気の一撃で粉砕し、肉片に変えてやりなさいな。
As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Is this what you wanted? Bet your hopes on the greatest limits of your power level, and despair when even that gets you nowhere. 8. Rang again. What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves.
行くぞ。いいかね。
The goat howled in response. Then, with a matched timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery, glowing eyes clearly locked onto Kraus's face. You could perfectly see a vision of one who would step forward, one who would punch through Kraus and blow him away, and one who would win perfectly. 9. The long, painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. 10. Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him. Oh no, the goat's having protagonist flashbacks. 11. Leave this to me, senpai. What is going on? Those faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him. 12. And the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged, when he had been accepted as one of the comrades. Sorry to keep you waiting. You guys, what are you doing here? 13. Never showed proper respect to my parents. What? 14. That's right. Didn't I plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over and return to my hometown? 15. I'm sorry, little goat sister. Your Oni-chan always caused you so much trouble. 16. And I actually have a childhood friend. I'm gonna marry her when I go home. 17, 18, 19.
ダメー、負けフラグ立てすぎちゃダメーそのパンチはダメよ、避けて
Handle that punch, dodge it. What? The last one counted for 3. Oh, is that... So the number one up each time she said... Well, somebody said a flag. Okay. It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed.
愚かね、ワルギリア。冷静な判断を欠いたようよ。
What?
そのパンチを受けてはなりません。弾きなさい。
The very instant the goat's left straight and Krause's right straight crossed. The goat obeyed Virgilia's order with super fast reflexes and pulled his straight back, repelling Krause's punch. That's right, Virgilia's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of loser flags amplifies the power level of one's opponent. I'm actually speechless. What? Yeah, you're right. I was not prepared. What?
危ないところでした。こんな負けフラグ立てまくりの状態で食らっていたら、どれほどの威力に倍率がかかっていたことか。さあ、そこでガラ空きの右側面に右ストレートを叩き込んでやりなさい。何？左腕一本で戦う約束？約束は破るためにあるのでしょうが
！20.
いやー、また立ったー。
失望よ、ワルギリア。あなたはやはり冷静を欠いていたわ。なんですって。直前に気づいて避けさせた私のどこが冷静でないと。
どうしてですか、キリエ様。あのまま激突していたら旦那様の勝ちだったのでは。
そうか。負けフラグの数が20でもまだ足りないんだ。
Krause's and the goat's double rush made for 4 times. With a miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit doubled it again for 8 times. Or times 8. On top of that, there was an amplification of 20 times, equal to the number of loser flags, making for 160. At a glance, that was an incredible amplification. But even so, Krause's power level was 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only made for a power level of 960. Just barely below the goat's 1000.
だから冷静じゃないと言ったのよ。 あなた失敗したわ。そのまま激突していればあなたの勝ちだったのよ。たとえそうだったとしても、この右ストレートでクラウスの頭を砕けば同じこと。死ね後ろ宮クラウス。
食らいたまえ、ボクシング界最強の一撃を。
After repelling Krause's right straight, the goat's right straight attacked the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open. But there, it crossed Krause's left straight. The two punches crossed, and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other.
まさかこのタイミングで相打ちに持ってくるとは。しかし戦闘力は160倍止まりで960。うちの子の1000には及びませんでしたよ。
いや、ワルギリアさん、あんたの負けだ。
どうして？
あんた最初のクロスカウンターを弾かせちまった。確かにその次に繰り出した右ストレートが当たればクラウスさんは粉々にされていただろう。しかしそいつをクロスされてしまった。こりゃダメだ。悪いがあんたんとこのヤギさんの乾杯だよ。
A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world. And if it's blocked and the right straight hits, then it's a double cross counter with 8 times the destructive power. This is also common knowledge in the boxing world. And if that is crossed, then by the principle of leverage, the triple cross would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the boxing world. It's even written in a Minmeshobu book, or Minmeshobu book.
クラウスさんの戦闘力は6。双方2倍の踏み込みで4倍。
クリティカルヒットで8倍。
負けフラグの立てすぎで160倍。
そしてトリプルクロスカウンターでさらに12倍。
That's a boxing manga.
1920倍。
Holy cow. Its power level is over 9,000! Krause's punch now had the power to easily win the first Tenkaichi Budokai, or Budokai, blah blah blah. Okay, if this is not just a completely made up game by them, I don't even know at this point. Shobu, or Shobu, fictional publishing house from the Sakigake Otokojuku series, which publishes martial arts books in this series. Uh-huh. Hey there's Small Blue Gem. Dragon Ball reference. Yeah. I didn't think they would actually go over 9,000, but they did it.
これは勝利を最後まで諦めなかったクラウスさんの執念とあんたの慢心が招いた結果だ。 どちらが欠けてもこの威力にはならなかった。あんたよく戦ったよ。もう倒れてもいいんだぞ。
Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder. Your Oni-chan gave it his all. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he bent backward and fell on Virgilia. Oh my goodness. It's... The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She wriggled around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke.
悪く思うな。テコの原理を侮ったのが君の敗因だ。
どうしてあのカウンターでテコの原理が働くのかしらね。永遠の謎だわ。
Yeah.
今のうちに逃げましょう。ヤギさんもお大事に。
それでは失礼します、ワルギリア様。
ペコリ。
待ちなさい。これどけて。ガブガブガブガブガブガブ。
After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently through the underground passage. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Jessica had finally been cornered, with the wall at her back. Ronove advanced with his magic circle wall bit by bit, and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. Considering the distance, she threw out her fists. This would be her final strike. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack. It wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body. It was all worn out.
もうおよしなさい。あなたを押しつぶすつもりはありません。あなたの処遇は親方様が決めますからね。しかし、ジェシカ様のナイスファイトは私からも特に申し上げるつもりですよ。
Nice fight.
ふざけるんじゃねえぜ。まだだ。まだ終わっちゃいねえぜ。
あなたは満身創痍。立っているのもやっとではありませんか。あなたは最後の一撃に全ての力を込めるつもりでいるようだ。しかし、その最後の一撃はむしろあなたにとって命取りになりますよ。
The damage reflected by Ronove's magic circle wall was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for Jessica.
わかってるぜ。そんなことはよ。
警告します。もうおやめなさい。それがあなたのためです。
強がるなよ。お前の壁がもう破れかかってるんだろ。殴ってきた私には手応えで分かってるんだぜ。
Oh, he's got that single sweat drop. Yeah. That was a fact. Runaways' wall was already on the verge of breaking. And on top of that, Jessica's fists had been imbued with an unimaginable magic attack power by now, and their destructive strength defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash Ronave as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. Oh. Easy renovation. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed.
もう一度だけ言います。おやめなさい。あなたのためを思って言っています。
Out of consideration for you, yeah, right.
やかましいぜ。覚悟しやがれ。
Don't believe Runaway? Oh no, why wouldn't I believe Runaway? Jessica howled, putting all the strength of her greatest and final destructive power into her fist. She roared. Oh. Meanwhile, with George, the three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without straining to breathe in the slightest, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gop. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gop was also aiming for a single strike. If he let that chance slide, he would be killed this time.
落とし穴は使わないのかい?
Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gop cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them.
来ないなら行くよ。
来なさいよ。今さら小細工も何もないわ。私のこの蹴りで決着をつけてやる。
For an instant, he thought George's body blurred, and then only his jacket was floating in the air. The moment she thought, ah, darkness covered Gop. George, with his heels swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon.
かかったわね。これで私の勝ちよ。後ろ宮ジョージ。
何?
Gop opened a vast pitfall with her in the center, swallowing up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Gop had been after, so she alone landed lightly. However, there was another pitfall in George's landing spot.
もらったわ。後ろ宮ジョージ。面白かったわよ。死になさい。あんたみたいな上等。後ろ宮家の当主なんてもったいないわ。今この場で私が食ってあげる。
George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He had probably been dropped from the same distance as falling off the roof of a two-story building. In the sky, he couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gop spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike to perform his requiem. The final strike of the queen bee that would bore into heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss.
ようこそ奈落へ。ここがあんたの終着点よ。
She closed in on her prey and stuck her foot up into the sky. That time, she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gop's forehead.
君がその手に出ることは想定済みだったよ。僕が地上の君に飛びかかとを食らわせるために飛んでいたなら、僕の姿勢はとっくに崩れていただろうさ。しかし僕の姿勢はいささかも崩れない。なぜかわかるかい？僕は初めから数フロア下の君にかかとを食らわせるつもりで飛んでいる。
Aha. Right.
Kimiの負けだ、お嬢さん。
ピンポン。
What? The final, strongest punch that Jessica had raised reached the wall and was sucked in. Oh no. Oh no. It was sucked into a black, large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall.
だからおやめなさいと忠告したのに。
実は全然ピンチでもなんでもなかったの。ごめんなさいね。
That massive debate. Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe kick had lined up on Jessica's head. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. Oof. Hey there, Jeff the Jokey Joke. Yeah, red filter moment. Big oof. The same destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head and scattered its contents in the same manner.
魔女は演技力なんでしょう。ねえねえリーちゃん、どうよ、見ててくれたかしら。
There's Beatrice. Haven't seen her in a while.
やるな、筋書き通り。やっぱガープは分かってるじゃん。
Actual trolls at work. All according to cake.
イエーイ
Yay! Beato and Gop casually high-fived each other. I don't think he's taking the news well.
ありがとうロノウェイ。こっちで美味しくいただけた。ジェシカの死体はそっちに返すわ。二人で寄り添う死体を引き離す。
The two who are close. Oh my. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jeffy the Joke. Or Jeff the Joke. There we go. Thank you very much.
これで第二の晩は出来上がり。
This was the second Twilight. Gop dropped Jessica's corpse through a pitfall, and all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room, as carelessly as throwing something into the trash. Ooh. Oh, that. Yikes. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Ronove shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery.
申し訳ございませんね、ジェシカさん。ご忠告は申し上げたのですよ。もっともこの結末を予見し聞き入れないと分かっている忠告を重ねる悪魔の醍醐味は人間には分からないでしょうがね。
Oh, Ronove, you're so evil, and yet I love you so much.
本当に面白かったわ坊や。でもあんたちょっと言葉遊びが過ぎるわよ。そろそろ反撃してもいいかなが最高傑作。あなたどこかのラノベか何かにかぶれすぎよ。
In the arbor brutally decorated by George's and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Gop enjoyed a loud laugh for a while. But she quickly realized that, in all seriousness, this was a little too filthy and undignified, and she snapped her fingers. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, stuck to each of the bits and bloodstains, and dropped them. Then George's corpse returned bit by bit, and the brutal corpse with its guts torn out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Huh. Was this some act of sportsmanship toward a dead rival? The heavens were split. His Gop had lifted her leg high, pointing at the sky.
じゃあね、色男。
I don't get that one.
これが本当のゲームオーバー。
Oof. Splat. Without a trace of mercy, that foot stepped down and was buried into George's forehead. A stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. With a bloop, it was pulled out. It was like a mark proving that Gop certainly had finished him by her own hand. Ronove also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form. And unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life. Hmm.
これは一体夢
いいえ、違います。
Uh-oh, sad music.
ジェシカ様は確かにお亡くなりになりました。
For Jessica torture times, she avoided the last episode. Now, why would he bring her back to life?
最後の瞬間の記憶をよくご存知のはずだ。
Yeah, does he want to torture her with the knowledge that she killed George? Jessica's mind was burning. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smash her head.
私は生きてるのか
いいえ、死んでいます。私の魔法でほんの3分ほどそれを先送りにしているに過ぎません。
Oh, she's alive for 3 minutes.
3分が過ぎれば魔法が終わり、あなたは無残な頭部半壊の死体に戻ります。
だと
死は残酷です。多くの場合、心の整理さえ与えない。しかし私はここまで検討したあなたをたたえ、その時間を与えることにしました。その3分間でこの世の未練をよく整理されるといいでしょう。
Sort out all your regrets from life in 3 minutes. Go.
その3分でお前を道連れにするという手もあるぜ。
But the power that had burned through Jessica's body until a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead.
それでは私はこれにて失礼いたします。楽しかったですよ、ジェシカ様。
Wow. Ronove turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and rain, and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down, leaning against the wall. Jessica could tell. He probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up, and with a shaky gait, took the phone that was on the desk.
もしもし、ジェシカか。ジェシカ、どうした？無事か？
やられ
大丈夫か？怪我をしてるのか？今助けに行く。
いや、もう遅いぜ。私さ、もう死んでるんだと。バトラが来た時には、私は頭を半分ぶちまけた死体だよ。
Imagine getting this phone call. Eesh.
クソじじいめ。待てろ、今そこに行くからな。
聞けよバトラ。いいか、よく聞け。幸田さんたちがどうして食堂で6人が殺された時のこと、歯切れが悪いのかよく分かった。あいつらな、人間じゃねえんだぜ。
何を言ってんだ。
That's a Goshinda?
見ちまったんだ。仕方ねえだろ。あいつらさ、ワープしたりバリア張ったりやりたい放題だぜ。どこの漫画だよ、アニメだよ。いや、マジでかなわねえぜ。最初からさ、戦うとか無理なんだよ。バトラが自慢してた棒仕掛けの槍程度でとてもどうにかなる相手じゃねえぜ。
That stands spear. A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead. Sounds high here without context. Yeah. I mean, you get this phone call and you'd be like, what the heck are you talking about?
ジョージ兄さんもダメだった。ありゃ、即死だ。次のテストはバトラだな。お前のテストも私たちと同じになるのかな。用心しろよ。そして間違えるな。
テストか？
違う。敵はどうせ人間だと間違えるなよ。敵は人間じゃない。恐ろしい魔法を自在に扱える悪魔なんだ。そこを絶対に間違えるんじゃねえぜ。用心しろよ。
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been.
13人死ねば黄金の魔女が蘇る。母さんたちが殺されて6人。これで第1の番。そして私とジョージ兄さんが死んで第2の番。あと5人殺されれば儀式は完成で魔女が蘇るってわけだ。どう 父さんたち無事だといいな。もし無事じゃなかったらお前をテストするのは復活したてのベアドリーチェ自身ってことになるかもしれねえぜ。
Yeah. So the question is, was Virgilia just playing with them? Or was all that stuff actually real? Well, I mean, real in the way that it wasn't acted. But then again, what in the world is even going on in this episode? Battler already didn't understand what Jessica was saying. Don't believe in Goat-kun. Rip in peace, Goat-kun. You put up too many flags. But from her tone, he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all. Confused episode for real, yeah. I gotta say, that definitely livened things up a bit. Or a lot. Totally real goat sister and goat childhood friend. Yeah, that he was gonna propose to after this. He was so close to retirement.
私はもう死んでるんだって。じゃあな。もう時間みたいだ。テスト頑張れよ。
頑張れ。
お前が当主になれるといいな。
ジェシカ、ジェシカ、おい、返事をしろ。ジェシカ。
Battler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. As she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down, Jessica's head had been half smashed. Badge. They were too late.
これは井戸なのか。
Oh, well, well. What do we have here?
ここはどこなんだ。
Kyrie stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he realized that they could see the back of the mansion from beyond a grove of trees, Kraus knew more or less where they were. To think that here, in a certain well, there had been hidden an underground passage, which led to a hidden mansion.
老体にはやはりこれは辛いですな。普段は別の場所からちゃんと階段で上がれるのです。鍵さえ開けば。
南條先生には後でいろいろとここの構造についてお教え願いたいものだ。シャノン、大丈夫かね。捕まりたまえ。
大丈夫です。カノン君、早く。
Hannon climbed up a ladder out of the shaft that was disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down, for the first time he realized how far he'd come up.
にひ、射撃。
Yep. Here they go. The Chester sisters are rebooted and ready to go. Bang. As Cannon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. Everyone there looked through the hole in Cannon's chest to the scenery beyond. Cannon slumped backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well.
みんな逃げて。シースト姉妹捕捉されてます。回避できない。走って。一人でも生き残って。
Yeah, and now that Cannon's dead, they can't stop him. At that time, Kraus and Kyrie and Nanjo certainly saw a golden line or a golden curved line appear from the well. Cannon? Yep. And sow itself through the side of Shannon's head. Oof.
Shannon!
Her head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it had shot out of the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, flopped onto the ground.
We 私たちは狙われてる。走って。殺されるわよ。
走れ走れ走れ走れ。
As Nanjo doubled over in shock, stunned by how Shannon had died, the Chester sisters did not allow him to escape. A curved line again appeared from the well, and pierced from Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so, Nanjo passed away.
何なんだどうしてなんだ敵はどこから
狙撃されてるのよ。どこか知らないけど私たちを完全に捉えてる。屋敷へ逃げ込むのよ。視界を遮るのよ。
Like that would stop them. The two dashed toward the back door of the mansion. Then, right as Kraus was about to shut the door behind him, a golden curved line appeared for the fourth time, piercing Kraus from the back of his head to his forehead, and smashing that forehead. Kraus's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat radial pattern with the insides of his head. Kyrie ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't even remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, Kyrie's eyes fell on a phone on a side table. After hanging up the call from Jessica, Battler had been about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang again.
もしもし。キリエさん。
はい、バトラ君。ラッキーだったわ。なんとか力を脱出できたの。本当についてた。
そこはどこだ。 みんな無事なのかよ。こっちはジェシカとジョージの兄貴がどうやら。
聞いて。私の命は多分もう長くは持たないわ。
At that time, right after she thought the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix. No, a golden sewing thread penetrated in from there at an incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kyrie's feet. Why the floor? More mental anguish and confusion for Battler. Yay! Oh, that's unusual. The enemy, who sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill, apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit. At this point, Kyrie finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest. All 6 of them.
聞いて、バトラ君。
Yeah, I think they want her to get a message to Battler.
私が見たことをありのまま話す。バトラ君はきっと私の頭がどうにかなってしまったんだろうと思うに違いない。ええ、思ってくれていいわ。私だって何を見たのか未だに整理がつかない。今日バトラ君たちがゲストハウスに帰ってから食堂で親族会議が始まって、そして何が起こったかを全て話すわ。
How in the world is she going to have time to tell him everything that happened?
口を挟まないで最後まで聞いて。途中で急に電話が切れるかもしれない。そしたらその時は私が殺された時よ。
Yeah, unless they let her tell him everything. Then Kyrie spoke about Kinzo appearing and the family conference starting, about the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined, about how she had escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now, and how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately, with no dramatization, just as she'd seen it. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed, and how she had observed the moments of their deaths, and how even now someone was trying to kill her.
実はこの話をしている間にももう3度攻撃を受けている。鍵穴からおかしな黄金の糸みたいなのが飛び込んできて、くるくる回りながら私を狙ってくるの。最初は足元、次は肩の近く、さっきのは耳をかすったわ。狙いがだんだん正確になってくる。そろそろ私の眉間にズドンときそうね。
Yeah, it really sounds like they're trying to scare her. Or, if we look at it from a non-magical point of view and assuming it's not fake, well, oh no, hold on. Now I'm confusing myself. If it's non-magical, then I was going to say, if we look at it from a non-magical point of view, maybe there is some reason that it's missing. Maybe there is some reason that they can't get her inside this specific room. Or maybe they hadn't prepared this specific room, or I don't know. I would think it's most likely that for some reason they want her to tell him what happened to everybody.
逃げろキリエさん、逃げてくれ。
どこへよ。私ここまで逃げ延びてきて部屋に閉じこもって鍵までかけてるのよ。それでもなお狙われてる私がどこに隠れるのよ。ねえ。
様。
ねえバタラ君、ジェシカちゃんとジョージ君まだ生きてる？
Pepe hands.
さっきジェシカから電話が。なんかダメみたいだった。
やっぱり私たち5人が次々殺される時何か予感していたの。ひょっとして13人殺しの儀式は第2の番を終えて私たちの番にまで至ったのかなって。
Yeah, Jessica earlier told me she and Georgian died. This makes perfect sense. Yes.
つまり私が死ねば13人。これで儀式は完成。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが復活する。一体どういうことになるのかしら。こんな悪魔だらけの魔女だらけ、ヤギの化け物がうじゃうじゃいるこの島に、さらにそいつらの親玉である黄金の魔女まで現れて、一体どうなっちゃうというのかしら。もう私には何が何だかわからない。
Same, Kyrie. Same. Kyrie-san's voice had completely given up her own life. Huz Battler understood that. Couldn't stop the tears.
一つだけ助言できることがあったわ。
何？
もしあなたの前に悪魔やら魔女が現れても、
ああ、
その正体を疑う必要は何もないわ。そういうものだと理解して。何か仕掛けがあるはずだとか正体があるはずだとか、そんなことを考える余裕があったら相手の機嫌を損ねないことを考えた方がよっぽどに建設的。間違ってもなら魔法を見せてみろなんて言っちゃダメよ。その証拠を彼らはこの上なく残酷な方法で見せるでしょうから。
Won't even think of rationalizing it. It seems like this part is specifically for Meta Battler.
信じらんねえよ。キネさんの口からそんなこと言われるなんて信じらんねえよ。
分かってる。信じられないのは。だからそれこそが私にできる助言。信じて。
And why you can't believe, so that's why you can... there a hidden message there, or is she actually just saying believe it? Hmm.
ペアとリーチェと悪魔と魔女と化け物どもを信じろと。
あれほどまでにこの世ならざるものをありありと見せつけられても、多分何も信じることができなかったと思うの。今の私もそう。さっきから襲ってきて私の額を撃ち抜こうとする者の正体さえ私には理解できず、信じられない。だからあなただけは信じ理解して、私たちに受け止めきれなかった存在を受け止めてほしいの。
So it sounds like she's genuinely saying to believe in this stuff. But yeah, more stuff to wear on Meta Battler.
そうしてくれたなら私たちの死は無駄にならない。私もこうして電話をした甲斐があったというものだわ。
キリエさん
まだ大丈夫よ。かすったけどまた外したわ。
Yeah, coming from Curie of all people.
さすがに今度はもうダメかもね。ありがとう。そしてさよならバトラ君。あなたのことアスムさんの息子だからと冷たくしたこともあったの。その日のことを許して。
許すも何も、今はキリエさんが俺にとっての母親だろうが。
Sag. I felt as though I'd heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver. Then, a noisy clacking sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor.
キリエさん、キリエさん、
Oh yeah, we inflicting maximum mental anguish on Battler today. Son did not answer through the phone. Again. Oof. Magic. Yeah. But does it? Does it really? I tell you what, this episode has made me completely confused.
どうしてバトラが怒ってるのかわかんないよ。
Like, in the first half of the episode, it was, well, in the first, like, 3/4 of the episode, it was still normal-ish, sort of. But then, man, in this last quarter, I just cannot make heads or tails of anything.
わかるだろ。みんな殺されたんだぞ。あのクソジジイに。ベアトリーチェ復活の儀式とかわけのわかんないことを言った。
ならこれで13人が生贄に捧げられて、もうベアトリーチェは蘇った頃だよ。
ああ、なら上等だ。ベアトリーチェもまとめて一緒にぶち殺してやろう。
マリアたちは儀式を生き残った。だからベアトリーチェに黄金鏡に招待してもらえるんだよ。そこでは願いは何でも叶う。家族を殺されたのが辛いなら生き返らせてもらえばいいのに。マリアはそうするつもりだよ。黒い魔女に取りつかれていない本当に優しい本当のママを蘇らせてもらうの。だからママはもうずっとマリアと一緒。お仕事とかで残業も休日出勤も何もないの。ずっとマリアと一緒にいてくれて、マリアのことだけを考えてくれてマリアのために恐ろしい敵といつも戦ってくれるの。
お前どうかしてるぜ。なんでこの状況でそんなわけわかんねえことを言ってられるんだ。
バトラは今キリエおばさんに言われたはずだよ。魔女を信じろと言われたはずなのに。
くそ、こんなとこでマリアと口喧嘩してる場合じゃねえぜ。もう人質も何も誰も生き残っちゃいねえんだ。もうクソくだらねえおかしな儀式もゲームもおしまいだぜ。ここからは俺の好きにさせてもらう。まだ生きてる奴がいるかもしれない。あるいは隠れてる奴がいるかもしれない。
Well, Kumasawa and Genji, or not Genji, oh darn it, what's his name? Goda. There we go. Goda haven't been mentioned. So they could still be alive in the shed?
片っ端から調べて見つけ出しぶちのめしてやるぜ。
Oh, okay, he's looking for enemies. I don't think he wants to beat up Kumasawa and Goda. In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat stand spear and flew out of the room. Good old hat stand spear. Maria watched him go, looking bored.
ベアトリーチェがすぐに願いを叶えてくれるのに。バトラはバカ。
Has she said any oohs? Yeah, I don't think she said ooh and it at all. This last part. Huh. At that time, the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver.
Oh,
Oh, there's Ooh.
もしもし。ほう。
Creepy evil child mode, yeah. Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room.
マリア、電話って誰からだ?
With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call him after being locked up in the gardening storehouse. Which meant there was only one person left. It had to be Kinzo. After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. Then, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. Felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler.
マリア、電話の相手は誰だ？じい様か？
Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo, and that she would be chatting about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. So just what kind of person could be on the phone who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? That time, in the back of his mind, the words Kyrie had spoken to him drifted up. If a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe that it exists.
マトラン、今帰ってきたよ。せっかちだよね。
マリア！その電話の相手は誰だ？誰なんだ？
変わる？うん。はい、バトラ。
After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler.
はい。
Maria held the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Battler hesitated just a little bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person at the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. As Kyrie said, there's no longer any need to doubt that they exist. Battler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Battler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call.
おい！どこへ行くんだよ？
マリアのテストの場所だよ。後ろ宮家の当主はバトラかマリアかどっちだろうね。
いくら！殺されるぞ！
殺されないよ。儀式はもう終わってるもの。それに殺されても蘇らせてもらえるし。当主になってもなれなくても、もう私たちは黄金鏡に招いてもらえる。じゃあね、お先に。
待てよ！マリア！
Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him, just like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear.
もしもし。
Congratulations! And I'm fine!
What in the world? Screwed up, mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Yeah, the lyric song. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Yeah, isn't this the song that the lyrics are just so weird? They don't make sense. Yeah. Who was it?
誰はないであろう、後ろ宮バトラー。返事はYes, I'm fine.
I hate it.
であろう。懐かしいな。中国でやっただろ。二人一組になってやるやつ。
いかれてやがる。てめえは誰だ。答えやがれ。
英語で言えよ。お前そういうの得意だったろ。
ふざけんじゃねえよ。てめえは誰だ。クソジジイの手先か。
手先とはひどい言いざまではないか。むしろ虜と言ってやれ。金属わらわの虜だろう。
That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. And Battler hitting the negative 45 sanity. He's gonna distort! It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well.
名を名乗りやがれ。
Say my name.
てめえは誰だ。何者だ。
当ててみろよ。ハワイへご招待するぜ。
Oh, we have schoolgirl Beatrice this time? Free trip to Hawaii, what? Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Free trip to Hawaii. What's with that?
やっとだ。やっと。長かったぜ。本当に今日まで長い日々だった。
What in the world? So long, the days leading up to today were really long. What? I mean, if we're going by the time that this happens, it's only like 2 days. Yeah, Beatrice sounds more unhinged than usual. What's going on here?
マジで1000年は待ったぜ。今日という日をよ。
Hmm. Well, I guess this isn't meta Beatrice. This is like alternate world Beatrice who has some differences from regular Beatrice. It's still day one. That's true. Yeah, I guess they didn't really get past one day even.
おかげさまをもちまして、わらは大復活。サンキュー金蔵。特別にさっきの待った聞いてやってもいいぜ。
Take that move back.
やれやれ、上機嫌にも程があろうが、もう少しは淑女らしく振る舞わんか。
Beatrice? Ladylike? Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There was an expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks. And there were several empty wine bottles lined up. Oh, maybe that's why Beatrice is so unhinged. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, she happily held a wine glass in one hand and was probably completely drunk.
今日は最高にご機嫌だから大サービスだ。おいおい銀座、こんな年代物の寄付ワインなんか飾ってんだよ。1947年ものかよ。今日は開けなくていつ開けるつもりだ。それを浴びせっこして遊ぼうぜ。空き瓶で殴りっこもしよ
う。What? Oh my. Whack each other with the empty bottles.
それは愉快だ。浮かれすぎであるぞ。羽目の外しすぎだ。
金蔵だって。わらわに再会できて嬉しいだろ。ああ、シャバだ、うつしおだ。わらわの肉体万歳。
お前さっきから何を騒いでるんだ。お前がベアトリーチェだとでも言うのかよ。
イエース。おい、
Is that a JoJo reference? Yes. Yeah, we don't have any screaming Beatrice this time. Although, on the other hand, we do have Darth Kinzo, so worth.
金蔵の13人殺しの儀式のおかげでようやくわらわは復活したぞ。他があるといい。こうしてそなたと話せることのなんと楽しいことか。そういえばお前とはあれだけ何度も憎まれ口を叩き合ってきたのに、こうしてゲーム中に盤上で会話をしたのは初めてだな。
Wait, so is this actually Beta Beatrice? We slapped each other with abuse so many times over and over. This is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game. Huh? I thought this wasn't Meta Beatrice. Now I'm confused. Even more confused.
何やらとても新鮮だ。お、今のポンちゃんと聞こえたか。あいつ開けたぞ。マジでバカたっけえ秘蔵ワイン分けやがった。いくらするか知ってるか。10キロのインゴット丸々と同じくらいするんだぜ。
Dang, that's expensive.
ふざけるな。何がベアトリーチェだ。黄金の魔女だと。いい加減にしろ。どこにやがれ。そこにクソジジイも一緒にいるのか。てめえらまとめてぶっ飛ばしてやら。今どこにいやがるんだ。答えや
な
が
んだ、わらわに会いたいのか。モテる女はつれや。でもよ、金蔵がいるときに口説くのはよせよ。
Ace Battler, yeah.
こいつマジで役から立ち悪いぜ。金蔵のいない二人っきりの時ならこっそりナイトで愛してやるからよ。
Bruh.
いかれてやがるぜ。
金蔵、気が変わった。マリアのテストにわらわは行かない。そなたが行
け。なんと気まぐれな。ではお前がバトラをテストするというのか。
いいだろう。あいつさ、お前の若い時に似てるからさ、キュンときちゃうんだよ。
Concern.
安心しろよ。浮気なんかしないって。
Oh, of course we can trust that face. Yes.
あいつと二人きりになるのは今だけ。わらわはいつだってお前と二人きりだろ。
Concern.
だが、もうわらわを四六時中束縛するのは勘弁しろよ。
More concern. So much concern.
そういうわけだ、パートナー。そなたのテストはわらわ。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが自ら執り行ってやろう。バトル。そうだ。
Yeah, I saw something like that somebody showed me back in like episode 1 probably about, well, I don't know if it was episode 1, but maybe between 1 and 2. It was like I don't know, something along the lines of every time Beatrice is weird, you're like, she can't be weirder than that, and then she is. S or M? Yes.
この屋敷の正面玄関にてバトラー、マジで頑張ってくれる。どうせ金蔵なんてすぐに寿命でぽっくりいっちまう。バトラーが適当になってくれりゃ、お前がこの島の全ての新しい主だ。 あら独り占めにさせてもいいのに心臓わらわを支配しておくれ
屋敷の玄関だな。上等だ。このクソったれない酔っ払いめ。俺がてめえの酔いを覚ましてやるぜ。迎え酒には俺の熱いパンチをくれてやる。首を洗って待ってやがる。
Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. I took the spear I'd made from the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that, as Goda-san and the rest had said, he'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless.
Goda-san! Kumasawa-san! 俺だ! Battler だ!
I headed for the gardening storehouse first. Need all the help I can get. Goda-san is big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Aha. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. They'll be pretty reliable allies. Aha. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I wonder, are they still alive? I rounded the corner, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it.
Goda-san! Kumasawa no ba-chan! Battler だ! おい! 起きろって! Oh!
Yeah, they're dead. The scene in the shed, lit by a dim light bulb. Very strange.
Goda-san. Kumasawa.
From a low ceiling beam hung two thick ropes. At the ends, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. I was not expecting that. Oh, there's blood all around. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. Yeah, that is super grim.
そんな嘘だろどうして
The shutter was still closed. There was only a single key, which had supposedly been given to Goda-san. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No, wait. They weren't necessarily killed. If this was a suicide, That way, this closed room makes sense. But I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. I slumped down on the spot. Now, the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, that damn geezer. No, there's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had acted like the witch's ally from the beginning. And that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch. And the witch herself. What the hell? By now, I might as well be the only one on this island. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone.
しかしこうなっちゃダメだ。ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。無駄無駄。
That update the profiles? Good question. No, it did not. Interesting. Everyone's still alive, yeah. Might as well cry while I can, so that my frail emotions will be squeezed out with my tears. Then, I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go, settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night. Crush her with my own hands. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. See the arbor on the other side. Hey there, Jeremy. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Aniki had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George Aniki's weather-beaten corpse. Oof. Okay, now it updated. George. Corpse was found in the Rose Garden arbor. There was a single hole right in the center of his forehead. It's probably reasonable to assume he was shot with a gun or something similar. The brand of humiliation, marking his defeat to Gop.
Aniki. 畜生。
Gop, 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 gop. Corpse was in front of the arbor. Does it show? Okay, it makes it look a lot bigger on here. But yeah, it's covered by his hair there. It's bleh. If he had died under the arbor, he might have at least been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. In Aniki's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood. So he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained deep red, There were still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Anaki's eyes, they remained open. Holes from Gap's heels, yeah. At least, that's what they want us to believe. I don't know what to believe anymore. Although, did I ever know what to believe? No. No, I did not. I'm just even more confused now. And the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. There had been a faint chance that even Goda-san and Kumasawa-san hanging by their necks in the gardening shed had been them playing a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. As I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on a chessboard.
ああ、間違いない。クソジジイと魔女は俺たちの命なんて本当にその程度にしか思ってないらしい。
Damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board.
上等だぜ。そうかよ。こいつはゲームのつもりかよ。あら、お前らがみんなをゲームみたいに殺したように、俺がお前らをゲームのように殺してもいいわけだよな。 首を洗ってやがれ、ベアトリーチェ。
The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack, or anything like that. According to Kirie-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. This? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down.
なんだよ、これは。箱か。
Yeah, free mall even got any channels? They're all gone. Yeah, I did mine every day. Although, I guess I must have missed today's badge. I usually log on after I stream. Oh, there isn't one today? Okay, then I'm good. I got them all. It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Huh. What's in the box? Last free multi was after Friday? I thought there was one yesterday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was. Or maybe... Oh yeah, it depends what your time zone is, I guess. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when open? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. Then, mixed in with the thunder, was some kind of music? It sounded like that. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing 24 o'clock. Midnight. I could never hope to resist opening the box. I mean, yeah, what if it's an SSR? Ooh, free gems in the mail. Nice. It was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended. And that the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. That sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Beatrice real, no clickbait? Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is.
てめえかベアトリーチェか。
やっほーいバトラー。
From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella and waving high-spiritedly, was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's-eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows and the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions.
安心しろよ。ここにはわらわとお前以外の誰もいねえぜ。ヤギの家具どももいなければ、悪魔の執事もお師匠様も、我が親友の悪魔もいない。
Classic villain monologue.
そして、我が肉体の蘇生を手伝う黄金の長たちもいなければ、魔法陣もない。召喚者の立ち会いもない。
Not the gold butterflies? Oh, that's true. I mean, she's supposed to have her body back now, I guess. Wait, it didn't work like that before, though. But still, does it matter if there's no gold butterflies? Can't she just do magic? Supposedly? Allegedly?
その意味が、そなたにわかるかな?
What does that mean? Yeah, so nice of her.
さっぱりだぜ。寝言言ってろ。
そなたとは確かに、この世界でも何度か会えては来たのだ。
It is true that I've met you several times, even in this world. Huh?
まるですれ違うかのようにな。知っての通り、この人間どもの世界は、ただ貴様らが存在し、わらわを疑うだけで、それは膨大な毒素となる。まるでそなたというキングに対して、守りを固める堅牢な城壁のようよ。それをわらわは何度もゲームを重ね、 駒を一つずつ進み、切り崩し追い込み、じわじわとそなたの城壁を切り崩していった。そしてようやくわずかの隙間を開き、そこからわらわはビショップを送り込み、そなたのすぐ近くに近づけるようになった。
Let's strengthen the guard around you, king. So, did Meta Beatrice actually make a breakthrough? I guess she wasn't entirely supposed to be real yet. Or, well, or she wasn't fully a witch or something, or... I mean, she's a witch with Lambda Delta's power. Or through Lambda Delta's power, I should say. I think crack open, send a bishop in. Is that Virgilia?
しかし知っての通り、ビショップは資格のある駒だ。黒のビショップはそなたが黒きマスにとどまる限り絶大な影響力を発揮するが、そなたがひょいと白きマスに一歩逃れれば、わらわはそなたの隣に接することはできても接触することはかなわぬのだ。
Well, the gears are turning, but the problem is, are they actually doing anything? Or triggering anything?
だからわらわはそなたが白きマスにとどまれぬようさまざまな駒を送り込む。そなたの隣の黒きマスを支配するわらわの前に弾き出されるようにゲームを進めてきたのだ。
Rest through the game by sending in various pieces to prevent you from staying on a white square. Forcing him to stay on the black square.
しかし今やそなたの城壁はぽっかりと穴を開け、わらわはビショップではなくとうとうクイーンを送り込むことができた。クイーンがどういう駒か知っているか。
I mean, what, is she talking about Ange now? Is she just trying to make him doubt Ange? Or what?
飛車プラス角だろ。
Just get to the point. What are you talking about?
言いてえことはこうかよ。今やお前は黒い魔女幻想のマスだけでなく白い人間世界のマスにまで自由に侵食できるようになった。
Okay, so the white squares represent the human world?
その通り。そなたはわらわの眷属である黄金の蝶たちが存在するマスのことを魔女幻想と呼び、観測者なき非現実と仮定して否定してきたのだろう。知っておるぞ。だからこそわらわはこうしてとうとう白きマスへ降臨した。安心しろよ。黄金の蝶もヤギたちも悪魔も魔女も後でいっぱい呼んでやるぜ。そなたが望むならわらわの黄金鏡へ招待してやる。
Is that what she meant there? I mean, I'm guessing she made herself into like a real human form to further prove her existence. Like she's not just made of magic anymore. Or illusions or whatever, I don't know. Hmm.
そこで何でも願いを叶えてやろうぞ。
どうやらこの島のチェス盤はインク壺でもぶっかけちまったみたいだな。
なるほど、それも愉快な表現よ。すぐにそなたもそのインクに染まるぞ。やがては真っ黒に染まり、必ず黒きキングになる。そなたは今もインクの海に溺れる哀れな存在であるな。
So like, is Meta Battler in control of this Battler now, or how much does this Battler understand?
いや違う。島がてめえのインク壺で全て真っ黒に染まっちまったことは認めるが、白いマスはまだ残ってるぜ。
ほう、どこに？
俺の足の裏にだぜ。お前の魔法のインクが島中を覆い尽くそうと、俺が踏みしめる足の裏までは覆えない。一見この島が真っ黒に染まろうと、俺は俺だ。白いマスをこうして踏みしめて立っている。
Okay. It's strange. Well, a second ago I was shivering all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them, they have a face you can plant your fist into. There's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or friendly person. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me just by snapping her fingers. Let's see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares?
さーて、この雨の中、そなたが風邪をひくまで待つのも面白いが、そろそろ本題に入る。そこに箱があるのがわかる。そなたへのテストはその中に入っている。
待ちな。俺はもう今さら次期当主が誰かなんてくだらねえゲームには興味ねえぜ。俺のゲームはクソジジイとお前とみんなを殺した奴ら全員にそれぞれ顔面パンチをぶち込むことだ。
What are those face crushers? Oh my.
ほう、わらわのこのバルコニーまで空を飛び上がってくるというのか。それはよい、それはよい。ならばほら、早く来いよ。ほらほら、パンパン。絶対安全な場所にいやがるからって余裕ぶっこきやがって。
今からそこに行くぞ。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
ダメダメ。鍵がかかっているぞ。もちろん窓もすべて鎧戸を下ろしてある。そなたが短期で切り込めるほどわらわの城は脆くはない。
I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally, those wouldn't be closed.
用意周到なやつだぜ。鍵はどこだ？
Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the gardening shed. I can only give up for now.
くそ、やつもバカじゃねえってか。
そんなにわらわのすぐ隣に来たいのか？
You gonna marry Poppins?
いいぞ。そなたがテストに見事合格できたら謁見を許そうではないか。合格ということはそなたこそが次期当主、そしてわらわの次なる主。わらわの肉体も魂もどう扱おうとそなたの自由よ。わらわは所詮は後ろ宮家の家具なのだから。
どうやらテストってやつをどうしてもやらせたいらしいな。いいぜ、受けて立ってやら。合格したら最初のご褒美はてめえに顔面パンチだぜ。
Gonna be the same question?
それは怖い怖い。だが暴力に支配されるのも嫌いではないぞ。わらわの頭をこうわしづかみにして普通に表情を歪めさせ、鷹がその爪で獲物を引き裂きかきむしるようにわらわを蹂躙してくれよ。
Once again, just when you think Beatrice can't get weirder, he does. Yes, much concern.
ああ、若き日の金蔵をもう一度思い出させておくれ。
What was Kinzo doing? Good lord.
わらわにこの1000年の生涯でただ一度支配され屈服し家具に落ちる喜びを教えてくれたあの日のことを思い出させてくれよ。
酔っ払いね。拉致が開かねえ。
Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box.
そうだ。それを開け。中に手紙がある。それを読むのだ。
I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case. But there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the content. Just perfect. Contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, blank's life. 3, everyone else's lives. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
なんだこりゃ。随分と物騒なことが書かれてるぞ。それより2番目が空欄になってて、誰の命か分かりゃしねえ。
So the second one is blank.
うん。その2番にはそのものの最も愛するものの名が入る。ジェシカのテストにはカノンの名、ジョージのテストにはシャノンの名が入った。
No, that's a good question. Who does Battler love the most? I mean, he seems to like Kyrie. Doesn't really like Rudolph, but still cares about him, sort of. I mean, he likes his siblings, but who does he love the most? I mean, Asumu's already dead. Oh, well, maybe his sister, Ange? Hmm.
彼らについては思い人がはっきりしていたから、あらかじめ名前を記入してやれもしたが、そなたの思い人をわらわは知らん。
And not even Beatrice knows.
だから誰の名を書けばいいやらわからず空欄とさせてもらった。
そいつはちょうどいいや。愛してるぜベアトリーチェ。お前の名前をここに突っ込んでやる。
Sort of wondered if he'd do that.
だから俺が選ぶ選択肢は2番だ。これでいいか？
おいおい、茶化すな茶化すな。なあ、頼むよバトラー。お前の思い人の名をわらわに教えてくれよ。じゃないとテストにならぬではないか。
悪いな。俺に特定の女はいねえぜ。仮にいたって誰がお前なんぞに話すもんか。
Good point.
そういうことではこのテストはそなたに成立せぬ。残念残念。そなたの思い人がどのような女か好みくらいは気になったのだがな。
俺が黒髪長髪のまな板少女がいいって言ったらどうするよ。
What?
お前とは一つも一致しねえぜ。
嘘をつけ、このおっぱいソムリエが。金髪のダイナマイトバディがいいんだろ。
Oh my goodness. I heard that dynamite body. Yeah.
わらわがまさに理想の体現ではないか。
お前の3サイズを当てるのが次期投手のテストだってんなら喜んで挑戦してやるぜ。
It's just that kind of roller coaster. It do be like that. Do be like that. Man, this is one of those like crazy roller coasters with all the loops.
そうそう。次期投手のテストであったな。そなたと喋るのが楽しくてついついさっきから脱線してしまうわ。それでは次期投手のテストを始める。
Oh boy.
そなたに後ろ宮家次期投手としての資格があるかどうかを問う。 心して答えるがよい。
The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she had truly stepped out of that majestic portrait.
我こそは後宮家顧問錬金術師、黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ。後宮家の家督と我が黄金のすべてを継承する資格があるかどうか、それをわらわが問う。そなたの名を名乗るがよい。
後宮バトラだ。
When faced with a dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her, or from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. From that, yes, I see. I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island.
よろしい、後宮バトラよ。しかしそなたはその後宮の名をこの6年捨てたである。それはなぜか。
クソ親父に愛想が尽きたからさ。
Interesting answer.
知っている。
Oh, well, he probably means his dad, yeah.
父親の再婚がそなたの敬愛する母親の死を冒涜したように感じたからであろう。なるほど。新しき母はそなたと何の血のつながりもない。そなたがその母を受け入れられぬ気持ちはわからぬでもない。しかし父親が誰と再婚しようともそなたとの血のつながりは変わらぬのではないか。
Witch hunt.
何が言いてえ。
父親の再婚に反対するという父親を独占したいがゆえのそなたの幼稚も多少の理解はしよう。しかしそれに反抗するために後宮の名を捨てるは家と血に対する冒涜ではないのか。
Oh, the translation mod. I don't know. I mean, it's through the official website, I think. Do I still have it up here? Yeah. Or well, it's through 7th mod. So whatever that is. Yeah, 07 mod.
そなたは後宮に生まれ育まれてきたのではないか。その恩を忘れ後宮の名を捨てる資格がそなたにあったというのか。
お前には関係ねえ。俺と親父の問題だ。
後宮の名はお前と父親だけのものではない。お前は知らぬ女に父親を奪われることを許せず反抗しただけの幼稚だ。後宮家の席を捨て去ったこの6年間はそなたが後宮家に泥を塗りし短からぬ年月、その罪深きを知るがいい。
幼稚で悪かったな。
しかし祖父母の死を境とはいえよくぞ後宮に席を戻した。よってその罪を自ら見そぐ機会をそなたに与えよう。今こそそなたの6年前の罪をあがなう時。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。それを思い出し 告白し懺悔せよ。それこそはわらわがそなたに与えるテストである。
Alright. At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank.
懺悔せよってなんだよ。謝れって言いたいのかよ。
もうテストは始まっているぞ。そなたの好きに考えるがよい。
Huh? The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering at them. She was asking seriously. He could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Battler, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. He had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler understood that. And yet, he didn't understand.
いや、まあ、それを言われりゃ、幼稚だったとは思うぜ。なんのかんの言ったって、親父に育ててもらった恩は、親父が再婚したからってチャラになるもんじゃねえ。親父は、養育費は常に送り続けてくれたそうだし、学校の行事にも参加したいと言っててくれたそうだ。それを俺が、絶対に来させるなとじいちゃんたちに言ってたから、来させなかっただけで。
I don't really remember a whole lot of Battler's circumstances other than the general outline. Like, he lived with his grandparents for 6 years and they died, and now he's back with his family, but I mean, just from what what they're saying here, Battler's just upset that his dad remarried. So, yeah. I don't know. It sounds like his dad was still trying to be a good dad. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really remember the earlier stuff about Battler's relationship with his dad. I mean, Battler did at least start to like Kyrie here. I mean, they were getting along pretty well.
確かにそりゃ俺の幼稚な反抗だったとバッサリ言われりゃそれまでだぜ。いやでもよ、ならよ、おふくろの後ろ宮アスムの無念は誰が晴らすんだ。おふくろはあんなにも献身的に俺たち家族に尽くし頑張ってくれたんだぜ。なのに親父はキリエさんと浮気もしていた。
But was he cheating with Kyrie-san while Asumu was still around? Shortly after Asumu's death. Okay, so yeah, was he Right, wasn't He cheating while Asumi was still alive? I mean, in that case, I could see why he's upset. Hmm.
園児を身ごもらせてさえいた。それで出産に合わせて駆け込むかのように籍を入れたんだ。それがおふくろへの裏切りでなくて何なんだよ。おふくろの無念は誰が晴らすんだよ。
What do you mean by your mom's regrets? Exactly. I still require clarification.
だが、お前の言う通りでもあるさ。浮気は事実でも、俺を育ててくれた恩は確かにあった。なら、それを相殺して、俺が家を出ていくというので十分問題ねえじゃねえかよ。そうさ、俺にはお袋の代わりに親父をぶん殴る権利が、いや、義務があったはずなんだぜ。
Well, then the problem here is that you came back.
それを俺は許した。何も言わずに出て行って、初めから俺なんていなかったことにしてやった。親父も俺のことなんか忘れて、キリエさんやエンジェと新しい家族を始めた。
Well, why did you come back?
それで丸く収まってるじゃねえか。
But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. No. The music that happens when sad things happen. Kirie-san understood my anger, and even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Ange didn't know anything about the situation. And even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother, and loved me as if that were true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted.
だんだんバカらしくなってきたんだよ。そろそろ俺も頭を冷やしてもいいかなって思ったんだ。だから俺は親父が謝ったら全部水に流すと言ってやったんだ。
This sad music song. Yeah, I've been hearing this a lot.
じいちゃんの葬式の日に。そしたらあいつ本当に畳に両手をついて詫びやがったよ。信じらんねえくらいに情けない格好だった。
New song. I feel you, man. Sometimes it just be like that.
あのカッコつけた親父が本気で頭を下げやがったんだぜ。それを見たらなんだかもうバカらしくなっちまった。きっとおふくろもそう思っただろうぜ。 おふくろは俺と親父が喧嘩をするといつも笑いながら仲裁してくれて、なんだそんなくだらないことで喧嘩をしていたのと笑ってくれた。俺はおふくろがそう言って笑っているのを感じたんだよ。
I wonder, is Battler using his feelings for his mother to mask that it's his own feelings that made him leave? Hmm.
だから許すとまでは言えなかったけど、もう一度ゼロから始めてもいいかなって思ったんだよ。それで6年前に全てを巻き戻すことにした。それで後宮家に席を戻したんだよ。俺も6年間泣き怒り悩み抜いた。ひょっとするとそれは親父もそうだったろうし、死んだおふくろもそうだったかもしれない。あるいは桐江さんやエンジェもそうだったかもしれない。だからゼロに戻し、後宮バトラに戻ったんだ。それは俺たち家族の問題であって、後宮家とかそんなのは何も関係ねえ。
Hmm. Well, I mean, normally you'd say yes, but not really my understanding of how it works in, or how it worked in Japan. I mean, I could see Japanese people seeing that as a disgrace to the family. That seems like something par for the course.
それを罪だと断じる資格はお前にないし、それをお前に懺悔する義務も俺にはない。もしそれを本当にすべき相手がいたとしたら、それはお前がもう全員殺した。だから俺は何も謝らない。懺悔しない。それが俺のこのテストへの答えだ。
それだけか。
何？
Part of me had fully responded to her provocation. I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff I'd kept inside my chest. Stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting. And yet, the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her. Something you could almost call disappointment.
それだけも何も。俺は洗いざらいをぶちまけたぜ。何が不満なんだよ。
まだ罪の清算が足りぬ。
清算？なんだよ。親父みたいにここに土下座して謝れってのかよ。
違う。お前たち家族のお前の家での話になど興味はない。ここはどこだ？六軒島だ。後宮本家の本宅である。この場所にふさわしいそなたの思い出すべき罪があるのではない
か。他に俺に罪があるってのかよ。
何？
思い出せ。後ろ、そしてそれを思い出せぬことがそなたの罪。
Being able to remember is your sin.
だからこそ許そう。
何？
それを思い出せたなら許そう。それを思い出すことが そなたへの贖罪のテストである。
思い出せって言われてもよ。
思い出せ。だからこそ罪なのだ。
悪いがベアト、俺には身に覚えがさっぱりだ。なんだか6年前の俺がお前に迷惑をかけたみたいな雰囲気だが、俺はお前とは今回の親族会議が初対面のはず。確かにお前の伝説は6年前の当時にも存在していたが、俺との面識は当時にはなかったはずだ。
無論である。6年前の六軒島においてわらわはまだ権限していない。
なら俺に何の罪があるってんだ。俺にお前に対する罪が何かあるってのか。
同じことを二度言わせるな。わらわは6年前には権限しておらぬ。そなたと面識などあろうはずもない。そなたという世界において存在しないも同じだ。
Iato's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her, and that she blamed me for it. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beato had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me. In red.
ヒントくらい出せよ。その罪とやらは俺とお前に関係がある。
わらわは6年前にはそなたと縁がない。わらわのことはいい加減に考えから外せというのだ。なぜわらわへの罪だと思うのか。
お前の目さ。
目。
Her eyes.
ほう。
Eyes. I mean, couldn't be Ange. That wouldn't make any sense. I don't know. Not like anybody really has the same eyes.
お前の目がさ、詫びろって俺に囁いてくるんだよ。だが俺はお前なんか6年前に縁はねえし、それはお前も認めたはずだ。本当なのか？本当に俺とお前の問題ではないのか？
違うというのに、わらわとそなたの問題など全く関係ないわ。
だがよ、お前の目がそうだと言ってるんだよ。
What's going on here?
だから俺にはさっぱりわからね 赤で言えるか？お前が思い出すと言っている罪が俺とお前の間のものではないと宣言できるか？
よかろう。
Sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushiromiya Battler and Beatrice. But what if she's not Beatrice? Or rather, it was her before becoming Beatrice?
なら、なぜそんな目で俺を見る？
わからぬ。わらわはそなたをこうして淡々と見つめているだけだ。それをそなたがそう感じるというのならば、それはそなたにそう感じる何かがあるのではないか。
俺に何の罪があるってんだ？
後宮バトラには罪がある。
どんな罪だってんだ？当然叩いたとかごまかしたとかくだらねえ罪だろ。
そなたの罪で人が死ぬ。
Your sin, people. Wait. Oh, sorry about not worrying, Vince, about the time. No, don't worry about it. What do you mean? Like, are you saying I should stop it here, or I should keep going? Oh, this seems like yeah. Okay, yeah, I agree. This does seem like a bad place to stop. I'm just trying to. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm getting really close to the end. So I'm still going, even though I saw that it was past midnight here. But I at least want to find a stopping point. Or get to the end, whichever comes first. Well, the end would be a stopping point.
嘘つけ！俺は誰も殺してなんかいない。じゃあ言えよ。俺が誰を殺した？いつ、誰を、どうやって？
そなたの罪によりこの島の人間が大勢死ぬ。誰も逃さず、すべて死ぬ。
何をわけわかんねえこと言ってんだ。俺がみんなを殺したって言うのかよ。俺は殺人鬼か？
そなたが直接手を下すわけではない。しかしそなたが罪を犯したからこそ6年にもわたる歯車の狂いにて歪みが生じ、今夜これだけの人命が失われるのだ。そなたはこの惨劇の原因の一つである。
How could Battler cause this?
いい加減にしろ。俺が原因だ。じゃあなんだ。俺が6年前に後宮の席を捨てたから13人が死んだってのか。俺が6年ぶりに後宮家に帰ってきたから13人が死んだってのか。ふざけるな、いい加減にしろ。俺はこの6年間最も後宮家から遠ざかっていた男だぜ。その俺が何に何のどんな影響を与えたってんだ。俺だって好きで親族会議に来たわけじゃねえぞ。6年ぶりによりを戻したからこれまでの期間のけじめってことで渋々と六軒島まで来たんじゃねえか。別に俺は今日ここへ来る義理なんてなかったんだ。その俺が帰ってきてそれが理由で惨劇が起こった。じゃあなんだ。俺が帰ってこなけりゃ誰も死なずに済んだってのか。赤で言えよ。俺がもし帰ってこなかったらこのおかしな殺人事件は起こらなかったと赤で言えるのかよ。言えるわけねえぞ。お前が全ての犯人なんだからな。苦笑要求。後宮バトラがもしも六軒島に戻ってこなかったら事件は起こらなかった。言えるものなら言ってみろ。言えねえだろ。言えやしないのさ。犯人はお前なんだ、俺じゃない。勝手にその責任を俺になすりつけるんじゃねえ。答えろよ。赤で苦笑してみろってんだ。できやしない。事件に俺の存在なんか関係ないのさ。わけのわかんねえことを言って俺を混乱させるんじゃね
え。I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops.
何も思い出すことはないの。
悪いが俺にはさっぱり心当たりがねえ。おい、俺は少しイラつき始めてんだぜ。言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。俺に恨みがあるなら堂々と言えばいい。思い出せなんていやらしい言い方をするんじゃね
え。もう一度聞く。何も罪を思い出せぬか。
I can't tell if this is all a ruse from Beatrice, because, I mean, she is apparently an excellent actor, or if this is actually something that happened, and oh my goodness, I want to know.
ああ、何にも思い出せねえな。
何も思い出せぬというか。これにて未練は尽きたか。うん。望みなき賭けも賭けねば未練が残ろう。それでよいのだ。賭けることに意味がある。そうかもしれぬな。ならばこれにてわらわの未練もゲームも終わりだ。
What?
そなたはどうする？さあな。わらわはもう何の興味もない。 すまぬが、わらわはこれにてゲーム版を降りさせてもらいたい。そうか、わかった。後のゲームはわらわが引き継ぐ。そなたは休め。後のことはすべてわらわが終わらせる。そなたはすべてを忘れて枕に顔をうずめよ。羽の布団はそなたをすべてから優しく守ってくれるだろう。後片付けを頼む。任せよ。後のことはすべて任せ、眠れ。
I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch, who had appeared from behind, remained. She certainly was identical, the same witch. But her expression was somehow indifferent and ice cold, completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits.
おい、聞いてるのか。テストとやらはもう十分だろ。合格だろうと不合格だろうとどうでもいいぜ。お前の横っ面をぶん殴ってやらなきゃ気が済まねえ。降りてきやがれ。さもなきゃここの扉を開けやがれ。
The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she'd first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. I think this might be the best point. And okay. Any idea how much is left? Oh man, it's already, yeah, it's 12:20 already. It feels like this should be the end, but I'm afraid I'd get jebaited and be like it would take another hour. Or longer. More than a half hour? 3 to 4 hours? Okay, well then, yeah, I guess I'll just stop here. I want to know now, what did Battler do? But I guess we'll have to save that until next time. Curiouser and Curiouser. I want to know. But I doubt we'll find out next week either. Thing is the best viewed together with rest, or oh, this last thing is best viewed together with the rest next week. I wonder if that's gonna be like the overarching point for the answers arc. Yeah. So then next Monday we will be finishing the questions arc, I guess. I mean, there should be another 2 tea parties then. Very interesting to see how it leads into the answers arc. And Beatrice Batman was certainly one of the causes of all this, yeah. But if it's not something to do with Battler and Beatrice, then it must be something to do with whoever Beatrice was before she became Beatrice. That's my thinking. But what did he do 6 years ago? Why was that other Beatrice so upset? We're told it already at some point in these last 4 episodes. Huh. Yeah. It's probably not just leaving the family register. Who told what Battler's sin was? Huh. I can't remember what it was. At the time, it probably just seemed unimportant. Huh. Well, I'll find out eventually. I'm not gonna get anywhere just thinking about it. But anyway, in the meantime, let's see. There are links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter in the chat. And you can always find those links in the About section or under the About section under the Socials banner. Tomorrow I will go back to streaming Remnant 2. There are quite a few secrets that I still am trying to find and acquire and all that. I swear, every day I find out some new secret. There's a lot. But yeah, in the meantime, thank you all for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.